Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this Monday morning. Joining me in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shy.
Good morning, all. Deli's back in the house.
I'm back in the house, baby. I'm back in we have no AC today in here, so if I start to melt on screen, it's true. My hair was waxed the whole time. That's what I'm scared of. All of a sudden, it just starts bleeding down. I don't have any hair dye because I'm letting it go gray. I'm going natural, baby, and let it go. Jimmy, also on the big screen, our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. Sorry for your woes, but I will say this: you guys both look fabulous this morning.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy. Yeah, it's a little warm in here, but we're due. Well, Shy and I are used to it now. It's so hot here, no matter where you go, all the time. So good morning, chat. Glad to be back with everybody here on this mid-August Monday morning. I think we go right to the headlines this morning, Shy. In my morning note, I put this out. I saw this yesterday. I was surprised futures gapped up as easily as they did. Some may call it a gap down because of where we kind of closed, but I mean,
but we're still positive on the day.
But we're still positive on the day. Not ETH. We're going to get to ETH. We're going to be NVIDIA paying 15% of profits to the U.S. government to do business in China.
Right. So we have NVIDIA and AMD going to pay 15% to China on AI chips in U.S. Deal is the headline. Now, NVIDIA and AMD are subsequently down in pre-market, but this is kind of we have kind of a very narrow precedent for an export tax. And we have Stephen Olson, the former U.S. trade negotiator, said to call this unusual or unprecedented would be a staggering understatement. So this is not something that is in the norm that a U.S. company would have to pay an export tax. Now, the kicker to this whole situation is that yesterday, China, after this headline came out, Chinese state media said that NVIDIA H20 chips are not safe for China. They said they pose security concerns for China. In a social media account affiliated with the China state media, they said on Sunday, Beijing has raised concerns over backdoor access in those chips. Ironic, right? And they also said that they're not technically advanced or environmentally friendly.
Sure they are. Oh, yeah, listen to them. They're worried about the environment now. That's hilarious.
So they said that when a chip is neither environmentally friendly nor advanced nor safe for consumers, we certainly have an option not to buy it. And if you remember, this whole chip thing started this whole China trade escalation with the United States back when we said, no, you can't, NVIDIA can't sell to you. That wreaked havoc between the two countries. Then we came back and said, yes, you can buy them, but we're going to tax the companies on them. And then China comes back and says, we don't want them. Yeah. So there's your roundabout story. So we'll have to see how that pans out. And speaking of China, tonight at midnight is that deadline for the first 90-day truce to be over. So we will find out today if the White House makes a statement or not in order to, you remember they just met so they could extend it. They wanted to extend it another day. Yeah. So we still haven't heard from President Trump on that. And so we'll be on the lookout today for any headlines pertaining to that. We do have Trump's going to meet Putin in Alaska on Friday. Even though Kiev has rejected the land giveaway. We had oil lower on this earlier this morning, but it's been able to kind of recap some of the gains. We still don't know if Zelensky's going to be at that meeting or not, but that is going to happen on Friday. Then we had Treasury Secretary Bissett said he now expects trade issues to be resolved by October. If you remember, it was Labor Day. Now he says end of October, and he says the U.S. expects to largely complete negotiations with countries that have yet to secure a deal by the end of October, he said in an interview this weekend. So there you go. We have gold down notably $80,
Yep.
2.29%. Now, this all stems from the havoc that happened last week, where on Thursday there was an article published after the market closed that the U.S. was indeed placing tariffs on kilo bars, which are the
Yep.
kind that, it's a warehousing issue, right? Kind that are stored at Comex and LME, et cetera. And that came up, obviously, we saw we saw gold, spike hugely in the U.S., subsequently was down in London. Then it started to come off. The White House has now said that that was misinformation, and they are going to issue a statement sometime today on gold bars being exempt from tariffs. So we are seeing a sell-off in gold today, waiting for what's going to happen on tariffs as far as gold is concerned, because it was initially all of it was exempt from tariffs. So we're waiting for some clarity on that, also from the White House today. And then we don't have any data today, but later on in the week, we do have CPI and PPI, all eyes on inflation data this week for certain. JP Morgan came out and said that this is going to be the most important CPI report ever,
Yeah.
right?
In the middle of August.
Because so we're waiting on that, because that could, if it is running too hot, there is a chance that the Fed could hold again on September, and the market seems overly optimistic that there is going to be a cut. So it will be important data.
What is overly optimistic right now? What is it, 60%?
I think we're at almost 70%.
Almost 70, yeah.
So
Still, I mean, that is definitely optimistic.
So we'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah. So we have CPI on Tuesday and PPI on Thursday. So all eyes on that data coming up this week, and we'll talk about that more as it gets closer.
So my first thoughts are, I mean, the government went full Tony Soprano mode on, China with the 15%. Yeah, you carve out 15% for us. I mean, it's like, I'm just really surprised that the market isn't looking at this in a little bit more of a negative tone. But the day's not over yet, and we'll see what happens. How much is NVIDIA down?
So NVIDIA.
I don't think it was much, because I looked at it, I think, even last night.
NVIDIA is. Actually, it's coming back. It opened earlier today. It was down quite a bit, but it's now just down slightly. It is coming back.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, I think we'll watch that today. Day traders, keep an eye on that, because that's going to be a lead. You probably want to keep up an NVIDIA chart if you aren't already, just to kind of see what it's doing. AMD as well. AMD has come a long way too, and that's, a market it's going to obviously follow what this whole story is. I mean, is it AMD is paying the 15% too? Because when I was reading it, so it's both, right?
Yep, it's both NVIDIA and AMD. The problem with this is that if this does indeed go through, this does set a precedent, meaning, what other companies are going to get hit with an export tax if they sell to China. So
we're Tony Soprano mode right now. I mean, that's what this is. That's what it sounds like to me. But we'll see how this pans out. Now, I'll go to you, Jimmy. For me, the gold chart looks a lot different now, right? I mean, you come from gold breaking out, making that higher high, having the highest close it's had. When I look at it now on a daily with this gap down, gosh, you got to be looking at gold now saying, if I've been long, it's looking a little toppish to me. Doesn't mean that the trend still isn't overwhelmingly bullish, but if I'm long right now, I'm going, stops tight. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, it's an abrupt turnaround is what I would call it. That's a chart pattern we just made up. But, you see that really large candle from last session with the small body. It was a nice move up for sure. Remember, we have an earlier settlement in gold. It's 1:30 East Coast time. So when you see a daily chart, it's going to look a little different than an intraday chart. But this is a huge turnaround back to the downside. I mean, we broke down back below all the moving, the 8 EMA, which is a big indicator for me. So this little rally that we had that really kind of started right here on at the end of July just big. I don't have a fib line to measure it yet, but we're tracking about 50% of that distance all the way to the top of that wick right now. So you're right. This is a big turnaround, and it was a policy turnaround as far as I could tell, and listening to what Tracy's saying. And right now we're sitting right on that 21 EMA as well. So we'll see if we end up going sideways, as the moving averages are kind of suggesting, because they're kind of going sideways now. So, but that's definitely a big move in gold today.
Yeah, I'm also going to have you take a look at ETH this morning. I talked about this, what was it, 2, 3 weeks ago? You guys have talked about it. You've talked about it, obviously, in the Edge report. We've talked about it in hot commodities. I've owned some spot ETH for a little while now, not too long. I'm not in the futures. Again, it's kind of a boring trade for me owning spot because it's not like it's Bitcoin. I mean, it moves, obviously, percentage-wise, it's a lot, but how much capital do you put into these anyway? It's like, believe me, I'm thankful for a winner. But it's one of those things where now I look at social and everyone's calling for it to, what do they call it? It's going to take over Bitcoin now, or it's going to 20,000. I see this, and I know you had Tom Lee last week talk about how it is, getting ready for this huge bull market. And let's face it, he's been right about a lot of stuff. Not the Russell. Let's not forget about it. But he's been right about a lot of things. And I look at this market, and it's like, this is the beauty of being kind of in spot versus like the futures. If I was long the futures and I saw that and I saw this big gap up and I'm seeing it in ETH, I'd probably be covering. But having spot, it's one of those things where, it's a little bit slower of a mover. What do you see on this chart in ETH right now?
Yeah, I mean, you could see the big giant gap up. We broke out of that consolidation channel that was pretty much, the end of July all the way through a couple sessions ago. But Friday, boom, break out to the upside big time. And now we have a continuation to the upside as well. And I think a lot of people are also looking at this almost as a minor currency pair. When you could look at ETH versus Bitcoin, you could trade that in the spot market. And a lot of folks are looking at that ratio and that price and making decisions. Are we going with the Bitcoin? Are we going to go with ETH? ETH is catching up right now. And I don't know if I would liquidate my longs right now. This is looking pretty strong.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the one thing with crypto is that you could have a decent rotation. You could have a 10% rotation in ETH and it'd still be bullish. It's like, it is what it is. But definitely going to be talking about ETH more and more, as I do think that it's going to be a market that's going to be topic of conversation. I mean, it's been all about Bitcoin thus far. I think ETH is coming into play. I've talked about it. Like I said, I own some spot. We'll see if at some point there's some futures trades for this, but TBD on that. Overnight too, Shy. Dollar's pretty much flat. Euro's down slightly to the dollar. Yen down slightly. Swissy down slightly, but I mean, dollar's up so modestly. You got bonds are up 9 ticks right now in the ZB. The UB is up 14. Short end of the curve is pretty much flat. 10-year comes in at 4.268 this morning. Anything to look at there?
No, I mean, we're bouncing a little bit. We had a very strange candle right when the FX markets opened. I don't know if it's just my platform. I'm looking at the Dixie, where we spiked all the way to 99.32 just on the open, and then it came off. Perhaps it's just my chart, but notable. And then we are kind of inching up after the lows overnight. So we'll see. Keep an eye on the currency markets today and see what's going on.
Yeah, see if we can get any lead from them. And good morning, Chick. Great to be back with all of you. We start off with Engineer Bear. We've got Salone Dominicano. We got Grody T, Paulie, Cooper. I got to meet Cooper in person. I'll talk about the event here in just a second. Great to meet you, Cooper. We've got, let me see, I got them all right here. I'm looking over there and I've got them right here. See, it's Monday. Moon event car ready. Good morning, Cos Perone, Infinity Works, Ivan, Emilio, Video Starcade. We've got Trading Poker, Rob. Good morning, my Serona. We got that guy Psycho. We got Ferrieri, SV Trader. We got Pax in here, Ben R, JD, Kasoon, Drunk Radish. We got Chuck Kesper, JD. Good morning, everybody. And it's funny, JD says it's not always a trade. Expand your time horizon. I know, JD. That's what I have to do with this ETH trade. It's like I don't want to sell it, but I already said, if it holds 33.50, it goes to 5,000. I'm going to sell it. I hope it even gets to 5,000. We'll see. But it sure does look like that on the charts, and that's the thing about with the spot crypto. But I've been burned so many times before. I was long a bunch of ETH. We talked about that a while. I think it was with Merritt, and I had all the horses, and I was loaded up in ETH, and I said I'm going to keep these forever. And well, that story changed. But yeah, good morning, everybody. Great to be back with you here on this Monday morning. We're getting ready to go to the Edge Report, but we have to quickly talk about our guest for today, Danielle LeCallier, one of the best in the biz. Talk about him, Shai. I was going to say
I'm muted. Sorry. We actually have had him on before, but he is a PhD economist. He's the senior economist at Tracy. He's also written a plethora of books, and just a really great guy. Really knows his stuff. Want to dig into the economy, Fed, tariffs, markets with him.
Yeah.
So it should be good.
Yeah, he's one of the best in the biz. Looking forward to speaking with him today. But before we get to Danielle, we're going to get to this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
So we are going to start today on the U.S. Treasury bond market. This is a daily candle, and I like to look at this, especially on weeks where there's hard-hitting potential data dumps. We have CPI and PPI in particular, and this is the smartest market I think that we have in the futures category, and any category for that matter. And I want to see if there's any clues about expectation on Tuesday or Thursday, and there doesn't seem to be. Right? We have a little baby candle right now, inside bar, if you call it that, kind of sideways price action right now with that 8 EMA. Cash yields were just north of that 4.8. Percent this morning. So no real clues for me right now in the 30-year. It's just it's waiting like with the rest of us. Intraday, we do have that 115 in 16 30 seconds target on the upside, 0 DTE, previous session's high, and then that 1-day max as well. And that's it is exactly at 115 and 23 30 seconds. On the downside, we have a high vol level at 115 even. So there are some targets today. My guess is we're going to be a little short of any unplanned news. We might be a little bit anticipatory here as well. I do want to pop up the micro NASDAQ as well and just take a look at that daily chart. Interesting kind of move here. We're driving higher. There's no question about it. We're driving higher. All the moving averages are pretty spectacular right now. One thing to note, though, I have a 2-week volume profile up, and we'll talk about this more with Pharm in a little while. But it's right there at 23,488, give or take a couple ticks. We were launched above it yesterday, diamond and candle yesterday, previous session, and we're still hitting that. Forget about the fact that it's red. We are still driving up higher in the micro NASDAQ, and there's all sorts of targets here we'll throw up on the screen really quickly here. We have call resistance at 23,800 right here. This is a Menthor Q level, folks. Remember, you could add these to your charts. Just go to menthorq.com. R1 is the next step up. That's 23,855. And then we have that JAX4 at 23,900. On the downside, we have that pivot that's about 23,679, and then that 0 DTE put level, 23,630, and then S1 below that. Now, keep in mind, too, we have a low volume warning as well in almost every market, not all of them. Bitcoin's an exception, gold's an exception. But right now we're at about 80% of the volume that we usually have based on an 8-day look back, and we're at a 77% of the range so far based on that 8-day look back at this time of the day. And I'll talk more about the fabulous Mike Burke and how he created this that's going to be available to everybody, this indicator, this study. Let's go over to the Bitcoin, though, because the Bitcoin is on the move. So we almost reached this high wick, and this is at 123,610. You can see this high wick. We hit that on the 14th of July. Almost got there today. Sellers brought us all the way back down, though, into this consolidation range. And I'm going to just extend my rectangle over. This is our area of resistance right now. So we're back in the consolidation range. I thought, okay, if we get a close up here, we're off to the races. Couldn't quite extend, couldn't quite reach. But still, we have a gap brewing on the daily chart, and we do have some extension levels here. I did an extension. My next target on that is like 121,990, give or take. So I'm going to keep that level in mind as well. And that kind of really aligns up really nicely with this July 23rd open candle back here. So there are some targets, some areas of interest right there. Stochastics are crossing over pretty nicely here. So I was looking a little bit bullish for the Bitcoin, but this recent seller's wick, and let's take a look at the intraday chart, is a little bit concerning. You can see the gap on the left side from the Globex open and close, and you can see that VWAP, that session VWAP. We're finally trading below that session VWAP today. We do have a capital P-shaped volume profile, P as in Paul, with kind of a nice, point of control up here at 122,245. But there are some sellers involved right now. Sellers actually are taking control intraday, which means my next target to the downside is that call resistance level right there at 120,000 even. Below that, we have R2, one-day max, Jack 3, all close, Jack's 3, all close to the same level. And I'm just going to spot that at 118,990 on the downside. And then below that, we got more targets. We got blind spots, we got R1s, we got pivots, we got all sorts of levels here. But ultimately, that 117,500 at that 0 DTE call resistance level would be on my target if we continue this sell-off in the Bitcoin. Let's shoot over to gold. We talked about gold earlier today. And there's that candle here. And remember the small body there. Keep in mind, this is based on the settlement 130 Friday. But look at how big that candle is, high to low. Sellers kind of just popped in today, big time. We're back down to that 21 EMA almost. We're crossed under there as well. And then the stochastics are pretty strong. But let's look at the intraday. This is where all the fun is. This is where the magic is, folks. We are below the session VWAP. And separating so far. Remember, let's see where the volume is on this one. The volume is actually exceeding, it's 135% of what the volume usually is at this point in the day. And that's not surprising given the magnitude of the move that we've seen so far. Same with the range. Right now, we're about 131% of the range of what it usually is at this time of the day. But right now, we're hovering around that put support at 34.10 right now. But I mean, this is just a series of lower highs, series of lower lows. London initial balance was relatively tight, although we sold off here. We broke down the 34.11 level as well. Further targets down, we have S2 right here, and that S2 is at 33.90, so about $26 more. And then that 0 DTE high vol level right here is at 33.80. On the upside, if this thing does turn around, we'll see. We got that one-day max. Yeah, we saw it early, late last night, I should say, 34.54. We have Jax 4, 34.65. We have Jax 3, 34.75. We have Jax 2, 34.80. I'm saying 38s instead of 34, so my apologies. And then that pivot is up here as well. So there are targets should this decide to turn around later in the day. And so just one more second here. I'm just going to pop up a crude oil chart because this is an interesting phenomenon right now. We're trying to break back up into that $65 consolidation range. We're not quite there yet. A little bit of a green candle here, maybe a bullish engulfing forming after the previous session's doji right now. But remember, we were tracking not too long ago prices in the 61 handle. So we'll see if we get that pop up back up. But the trend is down and all the moving averages are crossing under. That is today's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. As we wait for Danielle LeCallier, I want to dig into this NVIDIA news a little bit more, Shai. Again, market's shrugging it off. We say this sets a new precedent, right? Or if it even is it set in stone for sure? Like, how did this all come up?
Well, they both have agreed to the 15%. They both have said we will, even though it's an unusual arrangement, but they both have said that they will do whatever U.S. policy is right now. So that is going to happen. There is a problem where it is legally questionable. So I would not be surprised if
this gets rolled back.
If this potentially gets rolled back and or at least goes to the court system.
Now the 15%, are they paying it straight to the government? I mean, this is
Yes.
so this is pre-tax.
This is, yes, straight to the government, and it's 50% of any revenue from their AI chip sales. That is 13, China is 13% of NVIDIA's sales and in 24% of AMD sales. So it's pretty sizable.
So it's
chunk
actually a bigger thing for NVIDIA or AMD. Than
for
it is.
AMD, right. But still, 13% is still a large portion.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, it's just strange because you wonder, like, how does this impact their bottom line for everything? I mean, a lot to kind of dive into because they're paying it host expenses, like what goes into all this, like where's that 15% of what? You know, I've been a business owner my whole career. Am I paying 15% of what I sold it for or 15% of what I made on it? I mean, how does that all come up is where it gets interesting.
Well, we don't really have a lot of details right now, and so we're
Of course we don't. Why would we?
So we'll have to see really what happens with that. We also had some other news, just really quickly, that I forgot to mention this morning. We almost thought Waller was kind of a sure bet on Friday.
Yeah.
But then now we found out over the weekend that Trump has actually expanded that list, and he's included Bullard, James Bullard, ex-St. Louis Fed, who likes to talk a lot.
He does. He's on every day. You look at him, he's on the sheet.
Right. And economic consultant Mark Summerlin have already joined the list. So I guess it's not Waller for sure, but I guess we'll find out. But apparently there are two more names added to that list. And then we also had Trump on the wires this morning saying China's going to triple their soybean imports from the United States. Now, we haven't exactly heard from China about that, but if you remember back when we when tariffs were initiated back in 2018, we also heard this, which never came to fruition, but China said, this is part of the deal, we'll triple our soybean purchases. Now, that didn't come to fruition, but we do have Trump on the wires this morning saying that China's going to triple soybean purchases, and we do have soybeans up significantly on that, about 2%.
Yeah, I know. I was looking at that chart earlier because you had mentioned that. I'm going to go to my charts here for a second as we wait for Danielle. I want to talk about, NASDAQ this morning. When I look at the NASDAQ, everybody, something that I was looking at, it's kind of interesting to me, and I know some people had pointed this out. I saw this on social. That little bit of a dip that we had, this is a NASDAQ daily chart. We got nearly oversold on the RSI on that small, was it a 1,000-point move in NASDAQ? It's not small, but it's just, when I looked at it, because I had been, traveling Chicago, a bunch of different stuff, and I I didn't even really notice this, and I'm looking at it going, man, it's even like the charts feel like they don't even want to be bearish. So it's like the indicators are behind the scenes going here, let's make this look really oversold. It got more oversold there, which is hard to even believe, than on this retest of the sell-off off of that high. And I was looking at this from 19,000 to 17.6. Think about it. It was 19.3 to 17.6. That sell-off was steeper on the RSI, not than the one that we had in the lows, but from this one right here, which I thought was pretty. I was like, you know what?
It's crazy.
It is crazy because what I think gets interesting into this week as I looked at this chart, I said, you know what? This was enough. You go back down to the 821.34 moving averages. You hold them all, close back above it. I'm going to talk more about this with Pharm, but it's just like, man, and Jimmy Jude yesterday put something on Twitter where he said, I'll go to the S&P chart next. He's like, if we get start to push above 64.50, he thinks 68.50 is coming. And for me, what I look for a lot is range expansion versus contraction. Last several weeks, we have been in range contraction here. And so what that means is that the Bollinger Bands are coming inward, and volatility wasn't getting ready to expand, right? And so when you have Bollinger Bands coming inward, I could see why this rally got sold and why this dip got bought, because Bollinger Bands were coming inward, right? And so basically it's just kind of a way to look at a market environment and say we're boxed in. It's nothing fancy, but it's helped me for a lot of years. Now you see the top Bollinger Band is pointing upward. And it's like, if we take out this highs, and I put this in my note, I didn't talk about this morning, it's almost to the point where when I look at this move, we could have some sort of like capitulation move higher. It could bring some sort of volatility for into the market. When I go to the S&P, I'm noticing the same thing. So what's going to happen is if I start to see this top Bollinger Band take out this previous Bollinger Band peak, I got to tell you, I mean, it's one of those things where anytime I've seen this type of a move where you've had this sell-off that gets somewhat oversold, minuscule, but it looks like it has some velocity to it, and it turned around so quickly. And now you have these strong weekly closes, these daily closes, these minimal pullbacks are getting like auto bought again. You're well above these daily moving averages. All I'm going to say is, like, when you get into a day like today or getting into a week like this, be very careful of fading this move when I start to see this happen on a daily. It's to the point where I feel like it almost could be, like I said, a capitulation type move higher. And it doesn't mean that it's going to capitulate and make the high, but I think that that's possible too.
Yeah, absolutely possible. What's really interesting is there was a Bank of America survey out, and 91%, and they survey fund managers, right? So there was 91% of the participants said American stocks are overvalued, the highest portion ever going back to 2001 since they started doing this. Yet, investor allocation is still climbing, even though everybody thinks it's overvalued. So really interesting dichotomy we have there, where it's pretty much kind of a chase at this point, right? You can't not be invested. That is the problem. But I do want to warn people that we do have, some big data this week on CPI and PPI, so also be careful on Tuesday and Thursday.
Yeah, we don't have Danielle. We might not get him today. I'm not sure what's happening here. So hopefully Danielle's okay. He never misses an appointment.
He never misses an appointment. We'll find out.
We'll stay tuned to see if he continues to possibly join us this morning. Always love to hear from him. But talk to us a little bit more about the CPI data this week. Coming into today, now we're behind. What's behind us is most of these earnings are behind us now.
Yeah.
All right. Now we've got, coming off of that last Fed meeting, you and I talked about this, the jobs numbers have become more important than anything. Right?
Yes.
They're the number one thing. So the inflation now data, and you said JP Morgan said is the most important inflation data we'll have this year.
Right.
So let's preview that a little bit if they say so.
We'll find out. I mean, it's always the most important number ever. But really, the big kind of word on the street of fund managers and banks is stagflation, where you have, slowing economic growth and rising prices. Now, that's sort of the base case scenario right now with most of these banks, not 1970s style, but still, this is really what they're worried about, because even though we really haven't seen inflation from tariffs really hit yet, except we're kind of in the services sector, we're still running hot and a little bit sticky over the Fed's 2%. And so if this starts to rise, we're going to run into a issue with the Fed. Yeah. Because that is their, it's labor market and price stability, meaning control inflation. And so it's going to be a big week. I mean, it's the precursor to the next Fed meeting. So
yeah. I mean, how can inflation not be running hot? Look what's happening in the stock market. Look what's happening in the crypto market. I mean, this money keeps coming in. Like, people just have endless amounts of it, right? Prices continue to get run up higher and a lot of stuff. You talk about even soybeans again, big move higher there. Food costs,
beef prices. Look at,
prices.
We've gone over beef and hot commodities, feeders and live cattle.
I go over beef in the stock market every other week. I mean, it's like I go in there and it just doesn't come down, And so ultimately, we're in a situation where it's like, how could it not come back a little bit in this environment? I want to talk about AI in the jobs market, because I continue to see posts coming up, and this is something I was going to talk with Danielle about. Seeing how AI continues to kind of steal from, American jobs, and look how this will continue to be the case. I'm curious, Shai, what are some stories going on here that we have actual evidence this is happening?
Well, we do know that AI is helping productivity, and it also is kind of crowding out some jobs. Now, that said, what's interesting is I saw this post yesterday. Hold on, let me just grab it really fast. From Adam Butler. He said, the AI cycle is over for now. He's been an AI maximalist since he first started, but he thinks that we're hitting kind of a plateau, when what's really interesting is he said, because every step up in scaling now demands a city's worth of electricity and sovereign wealth fund worth of GPUs, and we just don't have the infrastructure for that. And so he thinks we're going to hit a plateau for a little bit until we kind of scale up to the next level of AI, which was interesting, I thought.
Yeah, I mean, just continues to make me bullish energy, because how could it not be?
Right.
And I'd be curious to see what happens with the energy markets once this,
once these fears over. I mean, we've talked about crude oil. It's just, it's the investor sentiment is terrible. You have hedge funds out telling their clients. This was just I read an article today telling their clients to get out of, oil and gas stocks. And, I kind of like now that it is the most unloved sector. If you have hedge funds getting out, you have depressed prices. I'm kind of looking for bargains.
Yeah, no, exactly. All right, Shai. No Danielle today. We'll get him back at some point in the near future. Hopefully he's
sorry,
fine.
guys.
Yeah,
but he's not. It's not like him at all. So
no, it isn't.
Probably something happened. Let's hope not, though.
Yeah. All right, Shai. Again, no red folder news today, everybody. I see people talking about that in the chat.
No.
Stuff comes later this week with CPI, PPI. We discussed that. All right, Shai. We'll see you in chat.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Let's bring in Pharm. Pharm, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Good. Monday morning, some NVIDIA news. You heard us talk about it. It's the Tony Soprano move. Hey, give us 15%. Don't worry about it.
I'll take two. I'm not going to be greedy. Just throw two my way. Little taste. It's fine.
That's it. Just to wet my beak, as they say.
That's right.
It's gonna be mob references all week this week. I'm sorry. It's too easy. They laid it up for us. But coming in, you heard Shai talk about CPI this week. Well, it'll be later this week. We're past a lot of the earnings. This morning, I'm going to get to my charts here in just a moment. But when you look at what this market is dealing with here, the tariffs have become almost a non-factor. I wouldn't say non-factor, but the impact is so minimal on any announcements we get now. The market shrugs everything off. I know we have some deadline today with China. Everybody, we talked about that earlier. Watch Shai in the chat to see if that headline does come out. It's probably going to be another delay to who knows when. Thanksgiving, why not? Let's just make it easy. We'll wait till Thanksgiving for that one. But nonetheless, the market has shrugged pretty much everything off. Again, you hear NVIDIA, AMD have to give up 15% off the top. And the market just says, we don't even care. And then I look at the chart and I go, man, it's almost looking like this thing is just getting ready almost to blow the roof off a little bit here. Hard to imagine that after, a rally that we've had.
Yeah, you mentioned, the June Jude post, and, I've got different targets, more conservative, one step at a time. But, I completely agree that, if we break this recent range to the upside, then there's going to be more upside. It's as simple as that. Significant upside, potentially a couple hundred handles. So,
no, I agree. It could be significant in some. Let's actually hop into the charts here today. I want to start off with the Russell. Why the Russell? Well, because the Russell is not doing much, and I want to keep an eye on it because I think we're at a point again, and I don't believe that the Russell is going to matter too much what the S&P and NASDAQ do, but you're seeing money come in again, like this, another strong wave of buying coming into equities. After last week, you see it coming into crypto. you wonder if it starts to come into small caps. And I wonder if we get a type of week where everything just kind of goes up. I've talked about ETH a little bit. We'll see what happens with Bitcoin also, again, sitting at 100, just below 121,000, 120,000. It sits right now. Watch them this week. They've been kind of brewing, sitting around these moving averages. Bollinger Bands are flat. I'd be curious to see if we start to get some type of stronger move higher in S&P above last week's high, or previous week's, not last week's, but actually the previous week's high. What starts to happen in the Russell, and I keep an eye on it because I just want to see flows just starting to come in. Are we starting to see buying across the board? I think that does give a boost on this kind of, I wouldn't say last leg, but on this later leg that we're seeing right now in markets. So I'm going to be keeping a little eye on the Russell. It's got some work to do, but I do think it's something to watch this week if all of a sudden we see, I think, the potential for, again, and I know it sounds kind of like weird, like what do I mean by a capitulation type rally, but anytime I see a move like this, Pharm, where it nearly got oversold on the RSI, and what I think was, I mean, it was a decent sell-off. I mean, it was nothing crazy. NASDAQ sold off from peak to trough, let's call it 23.8, let's call it to 22.8, so it's 1,000 points. It's nothing, to shrug at, but it's also like, okay, did we get oversold? And I go back to look at relevant times, like where I saw similar moves, and it's like we've seen 1,000-point rotations that came nowhere near in that. That was a pretty decent amount of pressure put on an RSI indicator for such a short little move. And the reason why I bring this up is, again, I never make trades based off of RSIs. Again, what I look at indicators for is simply to get a gauge of what is the environment telling me, right? Like, what are a lot of people looking at? Remember, a lot of big macro, a lot of big funds, a lot of big, managers will look at these simple tools to get an idea of what the market environment is. And when I see a market get oversold in just a couple of days, we go from overbought to oversold literally on like 3 daily bars, which is just weird. I don't know what else to say. And then it comes off it, and then it's like now we're back up here, and the market loves to be overbought and stay overbought, and we're not quite there yet. But I look at this move, and I go, that's a good low, man. Like, it's hard to want. I mean, we start pushing above this high in NASDAQ, where I look here, this high is 23,845. Man, I mean, I got my top Bollinger Band coming in at right around 23,900. That's the highest Bollinger Band peak that I have on my chart. And so what that tells me is we just get into this area where it's like, it could go, man. I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, do not fade that. It could feel almost like a capitulation type move. When I look at S&P, it's a very similar situation. Same thing up top. I've talked about this before with you. 65.35 was that Bollinger Band peak high. I said I wouldn't really get bearish S&P until we get there. I would not be surprised if we get there this week. I really don't see a lot stopping this market from doing that. I mean, a daily close back below probably 2 or 3 days prior lows, like get back below here, get below the 34. I start to say, okay, yeah, maybe they could start selling off. So they got a little bit of room to pull back before they think they could go higher. But if we start moving up and we take out the S&P high of 64.68.5, I mean, I think it's nearly 100 handles. I mean, I'm not a momentum trader. I like to buy into dips and I like to sell into rallies. I like mean reversion. That's what I do. I don't trade into momentum. I even look at this for myself and go, I would probably start buying some calls, and maybe even just futures with a tight stop if we start to take out these highs, because I think the potential is really pretty good. Top Bollinger Band starting to move outward like that, and it just, again, it's one of those things where I think the doubters are out there as well. I think even the bulls are doubters at this point. I mean, let's face it, when I look at this market, it's like, even if you're bullish, you're going, you're looking for reasons to sell. You're not necessarily looking for more reasons to buy up here. And then the market does everything it can to make everybody, think a little bit differently about their positions when all of a sudden the market starts to do something. Nothing like price to change, the way sentiment, as they call it. But when we get up here, I look at this and go, man, I've seen this movie before. And if you take away from where we've come from, which is, I don't want to do that, but when I look at back here, I go, wow, how would you want to buy into this rally? But at the same token, I go, if it does push above there, I don't see a lot of resistance coming into play. I'm going to get to ETH and then hand it over to you. I own some spot ETH. I look at ETH. I said before, I think it can go to 5,000. Probably I continue to be a dip buyer in ETH here. It's relatively overbought. When I look at the market, you got the gap up, and you've got social media talking about it immense. Just right now, everywhere you go, it's ETH, 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 ETH. ETH is going to overtake Bitcoin. I'd love to see that happen because I own some ETH. I don't own any Bitcoin right now, but I look at it and go, the chart's telling you that this thing is definitely triggered. Watch it here, though. Crypto feeds off of momentum from social, so it's not kind of the same as it is with equities, where when you get crypto in, it becomes mainstream. It's when it does start to trigger. But I do think that ETH is on the track to at least 4,700, probably 5,000. On any sort of dip back down, I'd probably pick up some more spot if we got down to 3,800. That's where I would look at it. I'll continue to hold to that position. I said a while back, 3,350 was kind of my line in the sand. If we get below 3,350, which it did, I think just the past week, it got right near down there, then I would probably rethink my position in ETH and spot. No futures in this market yet, but I do think ETH it's in play right now, man. I mean, you can't fade it. I wouldn't be shorting ETH futures, I can tell you that much. But yeah, that's what I've got for this week.
Yeah, I mean, when you get the sell-off like we had, I mean, it was kind of a few days of a just a little bit of a grind and chop, and then 2 big days of just straight nuke fest, right? And I mean, when you see that type of a sell, the more rapid the sell, the more quickly it's going to get snapped up and aggressively once it finds its feet. And for me, with Jim last week, I just drew a simple box. I like to keep it simple. And we came into those recent lows at 62.41. We swept it. I think 39.5 was the low. I mean, I would have preferred a little deeper sweep of those lows, but it is what it is. Sort of reclaimed the midpoint last week, and once we just sort of chopped through that gap. That's what the orange levels there were. 11.5 to 58.25 was where we opened that week with the RTH gap, and we sort of chopped through it. It was like this kind of ugly week, right? Where Monday was just this, huge gap up and go. And then Tuesday, sellers stepped on it. Wednesday was huge to the upside. And then Thursday, sellers came back in and stepped on it. And there's a lot of people out there calling for, a lower high on Thursday. And I mean, it's simple as this, we still didn't take out a prior day's low any day last week. So, I mean, how can you call for a cash or for a lower high when you can't take out a prior day's low? So, that's where I'm at. Box is box here. And you're right, top end of the range. For me, I'm going to use the cash hours high of 64.51, but I do, of course, maintain awareness of that clear and obvious misprint high of 64.68.5. That was 2 ticks off what the actual high should have been at 69. Of course, I'll maintain awareness of that, but for me, the range is effectively 62.40 to 64.51. I mean, until or unless we start cracking prior day lows within this range, it looks good for bulls to lift and sustain these highs. Now, of course, if we get box rules, if we get a failed breakout that gets sucked back into range, then you ask yourself one of 2 things. I mean, it could potentially target the bottom of the range, but I don't know, it feels like for a number of months anyways, I guess since April anyways, that bearish setups have just not yielded bearish results. And that's something that I sort of pay attention to, kind of a vibes or a feel thing. When you see even intraday bearish setups not produce any kind of bearish results, pay attention to that unless you know what side you want to be on, right? So if you start seeing that bullish setups don't produce bullish results, then pay attention to that as well, right?
Yeah, I think the one thing is that when you look at the tape's reactions to any sort of weakness, it's bought up so quickly. I mean, that's the number one thing, is that when I go back to that move that was that 2 days of selling, it was bought up so quickly again that what that leaves, and this is what V bottoms do, right? When V bottoms are formed, buy on the right side of the V, this is where most people are more conservative when you look at the bigger picture players. They're not just stepping in and buying the dip. They're either working them on the way down, they're doing it, and then day traders are the ones coming in the short term, and that's what's kind of driving that action. And then all of a sudden it gets back up here, and they're not concerned about a 1% lower, or 1% higher, buy or sell. They either they buy when it makes sense to buy to them, and they sell when it makes sense to sell. So as day traders, we get so hyper focused on, well, look, I missed that buy and now I have to sell it. Well, it's like, look it, man, it doesn't, it's like a big ship coming into port, right? It doesn't come in and just turn and stop and then turn right back around. It continues to go. And so when I look at this tape right now, there's no reactions on the highs, minimal reactions of selling. It's not like we get to a high price and it's like, oh, we can't wait to come in and sell them. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, they kind of sell off. And the minute we spend a little bit of time on a low, everyone misses the low and we're back up at the high. And that, I think, is what triggers a lot of short-term day traders to constantly be fading a tape, because you're constantly, if you miss the opportunity to buy, which is what keeps happening, is that the only time that we spend is near highs. And so that's why traders get short. And that's the hardest thing. Like for me, I moved into a swing trader, and it's so difficult in this environment because I don't really, there's no times where like I literally almost have to be like, okay, I'm just in right now, and like I want to buy them right now. I'm always a little bit late to a move. I've tried to train myself to do that. And it's like these days, if you're half a day late to a buying opportunity from a swing position, it's gone. It doesn't exist. It's like now you're buying it way up there. You can't manage risk. And so it's an interesting moment where we continue to have the reactions as positive as they are to every sort of dip. And you have to respect that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people out there right now in the chat that are probably like, why don't you just at me, Deli? When you say like, oh, you missed the low, so I got to short it. Like we've all been there. That's for sure. So,
I mean,
yeah, I can definitely relate it. That's how it is sometimes. You got to break that mindset and sometimes be patient, because, I'm certainly not a big fan of buying into highs, but, as day traders, we can at least afford to get in on maybe a shallower dip than a swing trader might be able to, and manage risk in a way there. So I agree. We come up to these highs. The one thing that I'm going to pay attention to today, especially based on where the overnight high is, it's sitting basically at 64.29, which was the Monday open the week of 7/27. So that was the cash hours open for that week. And really that week, I mean, we couldn't trade above it. I mean, we traded above a couple of times, obviously, outside of cash hours, we traded up to, the 68.5, but I mean, every pop above there was sold. And so that's something that I'm definitely paying attention to this week. I'm using 31 to 35 as sort of kind of the effective top of this range that we've traded. It just seemed like the market struggled to find bids, anywhere up north of 64.30. So, I get cautious on rips for sure. My plan A, coming into, today and this week is, buy constructive dips, and let's see if we can get this upside breakout, and if it sustains. And then plan B is, like if we get some kind of failed breakout or sellers just kind of show up at top of range, then join them as a rental, and then make them, prove it. I mean, again, we need to see prior day lows cracked at a minimum, and really a couple, I mean, at this point, because, we could come down. We've got Friday's low, sitting just above this kind of 63.75, 63.77 spot. I think that's probably gonna be one of the biggest spots of the week. You can make an argument for, around 6,400. I'm using 63.92 to 63.96 to give bulls a little bit more room. But I mean, once we finally reclaimed, this trailing week, primary distribution, that's when, to me, the target was 64.30 basically for that rotation. So not last week's, but the prior week. We basically had balanced 6,400 and 64.30, with excursions on either side right before the big breakdown. And so we did reclaim that on Friday, but I mean, the whole rest of the week, we didn't want to trade there, right? I mean, even that big gap up, I guess that was Thursday, I think. And then we just sold off hard. They kept kicking it out of there. And then, so we'll see if Friday's move sustain. But I mean, like, again, ideal to hold above these 63.90s. I'm giving it a little bit of room, but call it 6,400 if you like. And then, quick traps down to, I mean, that's my favorite trade of the week, actually, is if we were to come down and take out Friday's low, just a quick sweep, run those stops, because didn't exactly feel like strong hands of the tape on Friday. It definitely felt like a little bit of a cover rally, especially not especially, but I mean, that after hours move where we just kind of ripped up on, like, not low volume, just seemed like a little bit of a capitulation cover there. So I was kind of hoping for a dip today. And I think that's, at least as of now, seems like a gift if we come out and sweep out those Friday's lows, but holds 75, 77, can't get back into value from last week. And then just rip and reclaim Friday's low. That would be a good look for me, and kind of a trappy look. And I would look to join on that in an attempt to front run this upside breakout, because, I'm not looking to chase anywhere near 64.30s basically. And I'd like a little bit more of a dip than they offered us overnight. But, sometimes they just don't offer that dip,
No, exactly. I mean, that's what we're saying. I mean, it's the continued buy the narrow pullbacks, sell the rallies, not so much. And again, I think what gets interesting this week is, do we see the momentum come across all of the indexes? That's something that I look for anytime we're near all-time highs. Like, you got the Dow is still lagging. It's sitting below some moving averages. You've got the Russell continues to lag. It kind of lags all the time. But nonetheless, you start to look at across the indexes and go, okay, if you see all of them get lifted together, then the S&P and NASDAQ are going to just outperform as they already have. And it just makes more and more reasons not to step in against this steam train. And I can't say enough even too about Bitcoin and ETH. And I'm not one that I would never looked at Bitcoin or ETH and said, oh God, they're up, I'm going to buy the indexes. I think it's kind of ridiculous, but I know people have those comparisons all the time. I'm not buying ETH because I think the NASDAQ's going higher. It's no bearing on my decision to own crypto. But when I look at the flows coming in, I think that's the only way you can do as a comparison, as a risk asset. And when I look to see them starting to get those flows, it just creates this kind of bullish sentiment right now. And again, when you look at the technicals across the board in S&P, NASDAQ, we start breaking out from these highs. It's like, man, it's like there's nothing there. It just could be really interesting this week.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the obvious upside target on a sustained break is 6666 to 6669, obviously on ES, but a stop. And yeah, I mean, that's got to be the target. 65.50, 65.80s makes sense as well to me. So, I mean, we'll see if we can get this break again. I would like some kind of a dip. I don't know. We're probably going to limit up now that I say this, but I mean, I struggle, believing that we're going to just have an overnight low of 64.08 and buyers are strong enough to just lift these highs all of a sudden. I feel like I would prefer, especially after Friday, just to run a few stops first. I had the audacity to plan for prices as low as like 6,400. I don't know what I was thinking there. But even something like that, I wouldn't mind. Any kind of failure from sellers below 6,400, 6,401, whether it gets down to that, kind of weekly 92 to 96 spot or not, I think that would be a good look. You've got, I mean, you see what happened in the afternoon. This was actually a really, really nice trade, and it came fast, and, I'm all about that. We had these kind of weak internal structure lows in sort of the middle or maybe early afternoon, I suppose. And then end of day came down and it swept out those lows, and then just absolute piss missile into the close. And then a little bit of bleed higher afterwards. I mean, even taking that low again really does no structural damage at all. And so any inability for sellers to break down Friday's profile is just going to be a long. So I was hoping to see dips, maybe down towards that, failures below 6,400, let's say, is kind of the first spot that I'm looking. And I would take that back. I mean, at this point, back to Friday's high, I suppose would be my target. You could call it 16.5 value or high from Friday, give or take. And then like, if something crazy happens, if we actually have sellers wake up at the top of the range, I mean, like heaven forbid they sell top of range, right? They take out the overnight low, and they do find some traction towards Friday's low, then, maybe I get that dip, that kind of deeper dip towards Friday's low, and you kind of failed push lower there. And then I'll take the other side of that and get long. So that's kind of the trade that I'm favoring today. I don't really have a whole lot of interest right here. I want to see, which side kind of fails, right? And so again, plan A is to buy dips and see if we can front run a breakout. Plan B, be a little bit reactive if sellers show up, because, again, up here in these 64 towards 64.30s, I mean, they were active, right? There's a lot of passive selling up here last time we were around, and buyers just didn't have it. And we've come off a pretty straight ripper, last week. And, so let's see if we've got strong enough bulls to lift these highs. So, don't be afraid of a dip, and make sellers prove it is where I'm at today.
Exactly. I think that's the key, everybody, is make the sellers prove it. We've not seen that proof in the tape yet. Just hasn't been. I mean, besides, like we said, the 2 days where the market got oversold on a daily like that, we have not seen it. Monday mornings also very important for me to always watch to see what opening range is for RTH for the week. I use the 30-second opening range in order to gauge what the market will do. Potentially is a good standpoint for the rest of the week. And so it'll be interesting to see it. Do they open up? Do they chop around an opening range? Do they open up and run in one direction from an opening range? That will be interesting as well. Pharm, that's all the time we've got. Great having you here. Obviously, we love having you here each and every morning to do a pre-market with us. Everybody hit the like button for my boy Pharm. Make sure you go and check out what he's doing on his Substack. And make sure you give my boy a follow on X. Pharm, you're the best. I will see you tomorrow. Have a great day.
We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
All right, everybody. Monday morning, a lot to go through. We've gone through a lot, I should say. NVIDIA headlines came out. AMD, the Tony Soprano giving 15% to the government. We talked about that this morning. No red folder data today. We've got gold down. What is it, down 2.25%? We talked energy, we talked bonds, but now it's time to trade the open with Leo and Stowe. Good morning, my brothers.
What's up, Deli?
What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Good. So good.
Yeah, Leo, we missed you, man. We had a great time, a lot of laughs.
I had so much fun.
Who didn't know that Stowe just drinks beer?
That's true. Very
I
true.
heard you went to some fancy spots and Stowe was just like, yeah, just give me a Bud Light.
Listen, we go to the one place, right, Stowe? They go, can I have the beer list? The beer list was like this, Leo. I was like,
yeah.
He's like, well, let me see if I can find one on here. And he was like, I mean, what did you end up drinking that we went to Maple and Ash for that one?
Oh,
What'd you end up drinking
yeah.
this, though?
I don't have a clue, man. I have no idea. That lady threw like a phone book of beer to me. And so I was just like, oh, I'll take this IPA, this one. It was good. It was good. Chicago's a great beer town, so it's very tough to go wrong.
Oh, yeah. No, we had a lot of fun. It was obviously great meeting you, Stowe, but then meeting all the traders, everyone in chat, those of you that joined us, so thankful to have you guys come. I mean, we had a packed house. I mean, I don't know how many people were there, but we capped the list off at 50, and then we extended it to 75, and pretty much everyone showed up. So it's like the venue was completely full, and we're just, we're so blessed to have such great people, come and join us for a live event like that. And I talked about this when I was there. I've talked with Leo many times over the years, and one thing that he and I talk about is like it's all about people, right? Right, Leo? I mean, it comes down to it. It's like being able to meet other traders, talk with other traders, people that are going through the same things that we've gone through and are going through. It's special.
Yeah, of course. Trading's a lonely sport.
So,
and it's good to have, community.
Yeah, no, and it was great. Look for more of those to come in the future, everybody. So if you have FOMO on that one, don't worry. We've got several more coming up. That was the first one. Of course, it had to be in the home of futures in Chicago. And actually, Stowe, I got to show you where the old CME was.
Oh, that was so cool. Yes, I got the deli tour of downtown Chicago while Pax was driving us as fast as humanly possible to the dinner reservation. It was great. It was so good.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you guys tell
He
Stowe
talks how he drives.
Did you tell Stowe how important the Chicago time zone is?
Mm.
Oh, because you are always on Central Time?
Yes.
Listen,
Yeah,
I came from Central. It's all Eastern Time for me now. Sorry.
Oh,
Oh, shots fired, Leo. You walked right into that one, dude.
shoot.
Can you imagine saying we got data at 9 a.m. Stowe? Come on, man.
Certainly can't. Certainly can't.
No, it's not going to happen.
I don't even know what to think about you right now, Deli.
Listen, I've been in the East Coast for 15 years now.
That's right. The best time zone, by the way.
It's time you
30.
go back to your roots.
No, I'm not going back. Listen, there's one thing I will not do, and that's going back to Midwest time. I can't do it. My day's too structured now at this East Coast Eastern time zone. That's it. I freak out when I go to like Vegas or California. I don't even know how people do it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, now I know why XY sleeps in every day. That's why we can't get him on here in the morning.
Yeah,
Right
that
now,
makes
he's,
sense. He's napping.
Oh, for sure. All right, guys, let's take a look at your charts. Let's see, Monday morning coming in here. We don't have really any data. I know you guys aren't, guys that are, you know what's happening with data if it comes out. But Monday morning, we got CPI, PPI later in the week. We had the NVIDIA, AMD, like I said, the Tony Soprano, 15% to the government, which is kind of interesting. We'll see how that all pans out. Pretty quiet everywhere else besides gold, which is down 2.5%. What are you guys looking at coming into this Monday morning?
Yeah, I mean, we're at the top of the range, from a balance perspective on a higher time frame. And so with no news, it's kind of like we're at a decision point, right? I think you guys were talking about that just a minute ago before we jumped on. And I definitely agree. We have up here in the 23,700s, we talked about this area, the 750s being really important. And obviously we're just kind of stalling out there.
Yep.
So I'm going to be watching that opening range, just like you mentioned, looking for kind of an open drive in one way or the other, and just kind of jumping on board, and I guess not really caring about which direction we go.
Yeah, I hate to say this, but I'm leaning short this morning.
Oh, Stowe is bearish.
So yeah, I feel
That's mega bullish.
yeah. Just so everybody's aware, whenever I feel like today is a good day to short, yeah, just keep your head on a swivel on that day.
I'm going to change my
why are you
Deli.
short,
I'm
or why are you
mega
bearish?
bullish.
Well, it's just lots of things happened. So I traded the end of the day Friday. That ramp into the post close to finally get to 750 was extremely interesting. And then I watched this for a while last night as I was doing some work, and there was a ton, like a metric ton of selling at 770s and 775, like a ton for Globex. It was like 1,000 lots collectively up there, and we can't get back. That's also like right above the weekly open, which we look at quite a bit. We can't get back above this 30-second London opening range. It's been completely short off of it. I don't know. Like I said, take that as you will, but I'm having a hard time wanting to buy this morning anyway.
That makes me
For
mega
me,
bullish.
Mondays are notorious. Yeah, me too. I might buy a few just for that right now. But what Monday mornings, they're notorious for one-dimensional trades in my history. It's like a lot of times I'll end up, coming in on Monday morning and a market will just go in one direction. That's why I like watching opening range a lot, because a lot of times beginning of the week, first day with the RTH open, what we do around opening range can definitely, at least in my experience, kind of dictate a lot of what the week is. When you guys are looking at opening range, if we open on it one side or the other, is it dictating any sort of, is it dictating the directional bias that you're going to have for the day, or is it just you're still looking at it as just a pivotal area?
Well, it's kind of both. For me, there's a couple of things at play. If the opening range makes the higher or the low of the session, like there's just basically we make a high and then we sell down immediately out of that, then I'm basically just looking to be short, right? Obviously I'm not just gonna get in a short just because of that happening, but that would be the direction that I would focus on. If we chop around the opening range, like we make a high, make a low, we test both sides of it, maybe just kind of chop around, then that's going to be kind of a sign for me that we may have more of a balanced day, that's we rotate around. So that's one of the key things is like right from the open, do we just form a high or a low right away and then go the other, the opposite direction? Or do we chop around it for a while before going somewhere? Or maybe even we just chop around and do nothing?
Yeah, I kind of do. Yeah, I kind of do the same. I look for that like initial aggression. Like you said, Deli, Mondays can be extremely one way, like out the jump. So if we get an opening drive in either direction, I'll kind of lean towards that. Also, I'll see how large the 5-minute opening range is. I've been starting to look at that. If the smaller that thing is, the more I'm willing to wait for a breakout and retest. Yeah, but I don't know that weekly open. We've kicked off it 3 times, Leo. You've told me this more than anybody else has ever said this out loud.
It may be used up. It might be a washed out level.
You're just taking the other side. You're trying to be me this morning is what's happening. That's something I would say.
It's very confusing.
Well, chat, everybody give the thumbs up, hit the like button for my boys, Leo and Stowe. Love these guys. Love watching them trade. Seeing the two of you together is always great. Your whole crew is phenomenal. Make sure you guys go and follow both of these guys on X. Not only are they great traders, they're just great guys. And Leo, we missed you, but you were there, and we might have talked about you a little bit. I'm just saying, just a small amount, amount. You might have been brought up. No, but yeah.
We talked about XY more, if it makes you feel
we won't
better.
talk about that. Yeah, we did. Oh, for sure. For sure. So
was it just
all
the
right,
height
boys,
thing? You were just
have a
wanting to
great
make
day.
sure XY was shorter than you.
Oh, I mean, if he was taller than me, I was canceling the next event.
Yeah.
That's it. It's over. If XY was taller than me, I'm done. The event was canceled. I mean, it's
good for you.
I made the cut. All right, boys. I'll see you in chat.
All right. Thank you, brother.
Sully. What is good, Stowe?
Hey, brother. Good morning. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Good morning, chat.
Oh boy, I picked a really gross green for that. Even that green is very disgusting.
There's one thing that you should never do with Stowe and his trading is use the same color scheme. That's just a given. Like,
we're gonna fix it.
All of the advice that or trade setups that he talks about, that's fine. But do not use his colors.
I don't have the colortism. I don't have it. It's not there. I might be colorblind. Actually, no, we thought that, and then I took the test, and I'm not colorblind. So
a friend of mine told his wife that he was colorblind a long time ago, and he never told her anything otherwise. And they've been married for, I don't know, 7 or 8 years now. And she still thought he was colorblind up until, recently. And she would be like, well, how do you know, like, because he trades too. And she's like, well, how do you know the difference between the red and the green or whatever colors he was using? He wasn't supposed to be able to see one. And then I think like at some point it just became like he had to fess up. So that's
he got away with it for that long though.
He did, yeah, because he would basically be like, he couldn't dress, like a typical guy. and she would give him a hard time about it, and he would just be like, "Oh, well, I'm colorblind." That was his excuse.
It's a good excuse.
It's great. I mean, I'm jealous. I didn't think of that, you know.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, my wife says that to me every time I try to put anything nice on. She's just like, "What are you what are you doing? What are you doing with this? What are these colors together?" I'm like, I don't know.
Hmm.
I put I mean, these are two nice things. I put nice pants and a nice shirt together as a combination. Isn't that how this works? It turns out it's not.
Stowe, what's the somebody said, what's the one gem you received at the Chicago meetup that helped your trading?
What's the one gem I received at the Chicago meetup that helped my trading? Um, I mean, there was too much, honestly, to pick one thing out. Um, the amount of cool things that Pax and Deli said out loud to me were crazy. Merritt too, Kane too. So it was a lot to absorb. But like outside of our dudes, the one thing that stuck with me from the meeting, meetup, whatever it was, there was a guy that talked to me for a very long time, and he said this super cool thing, and it has resonated with me. He said every day when he went into the pit, he was like an old pit trader. He didn't trade in the same pits as Pax and Deli, but a different one. I forget what it was. But he said the one thing he would do every day is he would try to make $3,000 as fast as possible and then get to the golf course. And that's it. And he said a lot of my friends made a lot more money than me, but nobody played more golf than I did. And I was like, whoa, okay, this guy might have it figured out. So I don't know. I've been thinking about that a lot as far as like, what are your what do your goals need to really be for this? Of course, this game has unlimited upside and unlimited downside, so you have to define that for yourself at some point. And this dude just had that one way to define it. He was like, I just need to go play golf as fast as possible. I need 3K, and then I'm gonna get out of here. And that's what he did every day. It's pretty cool.
That's super sick. I mean, a lot of people get into trading for the freedom, and very few utilize the freedom.
Yep.
They spend more time at the screens, more time at the charts, more time in front of the trades, whatever.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the antithesis of many people starting their why when they start.
Yep.
So that's really interesting.
Yeah. Because it'll get like, I don't know, I'm guilty of this too. Just because I love the game. I'll watch it forever. So I need to force myself to touch grass too. It's not just oh, did Firmament get his hat?
Firmament got his hat.
Yes. Firmament got his hat. Woo! Man, that hat
Merritt, I
prize.
hate to tell you, but I don't think Grok is in the YouTube chat. Just, just a bit of education. I think you have to do that on Twitter, probably.
I think Merritt talked to that dude too. That guy was cool.
That's the humor of me calling it out too. That's the ironic thing, is I know
Merritt,
that you're joking.
Do you remember what pit that guy said he was in? The other cool thing that guy said that I wanted to ask if it was made up or not was he said they launched VIX, the first VIX product, in his pit, and he got to watch it on like day one of VIX. I don't know. What pit was that? There was so much to learn, dude. I left him more confused as to like how many pits there were.
The Eurodollar
pit. Thank you, Deli. Thank you.
Maybe I knew one of my good friends, or one of my old good friends. I knew a lady in the Eurodollars.
Okay.
Where's my hat? Jim. Yeah, I didn't send you a hat, buddy. I do have some hats. I've got some hats to give away, to do fun things with. Maybe if you guys get enough likes this morning, we'll give away a hat. Man, my earbud.
No, Deli. It wasn't DCP. I know DCP for sure, and I got to talk to him for a second, but it was a different dude. But yeah, It was the best. We did miss you, Leo. We did miss you quite a bit.
Tracy, I'll see what I can do.
Just bring one for everybody. And
Tracy,
the
blink
Naples.
once for silver and blink twice for black. Dang it. Sorry, I'm distracted here.
No, do your thing.
My earbud for my right ear keeps like plugging up my ear or something like that. Another blah Arval day. Yes, the Arval's in the 70s again. But you know what? Friday, Arval was in the dump, and there was decent action. I mean, it wasn't incredibly slow.
No, Friday was great. Plenty wiggly. I embrace the low Arval. I'll be sad when it's gone. When we get into the fall and this thing starts whipping around again, it's gonna be sad. That's when you know summer's over. My kid's already going back to school, dude. It's so weird.
All right. Dang it. I don't know what's going on with my I don't know if it's my ear or the earbud, but it's just like it stops. I can't hear anything. Oh, good.
Is the logo on the hat a heat map chart? It could be. What's the OFL logo? It's not a heat map thing, is it?
This the OFL logo. It's just so we have the recon tape, and this is the kind of remake of the recon tape. That's what.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, Nick. Let's see. Also need to look at ES too. Yeah. I don't know. There was so much selling last night when I was watching this. It was crazy. They just ground up there at that 770 spot. If I say this enough times.
770s?
Yes.
Yeah, I need to mark that because this chart, I still don't have the weekly stuff on it right now.
Yeah, the G line is at 764. Spent like 10 seconds above it, and then that Europe Open rejected it.
Cool.
Very cleanly.
I can make it a normal color. You know, just for consistency.
What's the whole range too? Let's look at that. You have 770. Yeah, it's like 100 points. Okay. So again, tiny overnight.
Tiny overnight range. Low Arval, no red folder news.
Yeah, nothing. Well, hold on. We got Trump at 10 though.
Is that new? Did that just happen?
It did just populate.
Okay.
I didn't know.
That's 9. Oh, snap. That's in 40 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
What a weird 948 Cleveland Fed inflation expectations. I feel like they're just
need
trolling
a special
me.
Time. Trump is speaking. So that actually changes. If he is speaking about something that's important to the market, maybe he will, maybe he won't. I'm not sure, but that could change the way we open.
Oh, he always says something.
Well, I mean, he's either expected to say something that could be market impacting, right? So the market's just kind of waiting for that. So that could be more of a choppy open versus like if whatever he's saying is kind of irrelevant. You know, he might say something that makes it like a little pop or drop or something, but generally, like, you know, if we have news events or whatever, we see a bit of a choppier open.
Yeah. That is true. But you know, dude's going to say something about something that the market's going to wiggle for. He's batting 1,000.
It'll be beautiful. Hey, panel, thank you. Hey, we should just get this out of the way. We have 744 people in the chat.
Yeah.
And there's 232 likes. And
all right.
The ratio is a little off.
Rookie numbers.
Let's just bump up the numbers a little bit.
Now this is technically Tanya's spot, and she's on vacation. And what I would like better than anything when she gets back is to say that we smashed the likes for her while she was gone. So please, please don't let me let her down next Monday. I think she's still visiting family though. I saw some pictures that she was posting. It looks beautiful where she's at.
Where is she? Croatia?
Yeah, I think so.
Sick. Did she like extend her original stay, or was it supposed to be like a 2-week?
No,
thing?
I think she was gone for 2 weeks, she said.
I gotcha. So they're gonna what? They're gonna do what? They're gonna militarize the DC police, federalizing the military in DC. Okay.
Okay.
How do I get my volume profile to look like yours? I like the small lines.
I just don't have mine compressed at all to any tick.
Yeah, same.
It's every tick.
Yeah.
I
Same.
too like the small lines.
I too. Get rid of the DC police and put the military in to replace them.
Okay.
Okay.
My God. That seems like an aggressive thing to say out loud.
Small line enjoyer is exactly right, Cooper.
Good morning, Trader Nautilus. Hey, Cooper, also. Good
Oh
morning.
shit.
Morning, brother.
We did not make the Stowe long or meme.
Oh, man.
Oh,
You had one job, Leo.
It's on my list now. Let me just put it in our chat. Make Stowe long or meme. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not bearish
That's gonna be a
today,
great time.
but I'm just like, when I see this stuff first thing in the morning, look away, Leo. I'm pulling up the ugly chart. Yeah, when I see that stuff first thing in the morning, I'm just like, dude, I need to wait for at least a meaningful pullback. I mean, we pull back to like 580. We haven't tested all those highs. 580 was a total pain on the way up. So I don't know. There will be good
All
pullbacks
the
to
way
buy.
back to Friday's up and drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't hate that level.
There's a nice little node there.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find responsible places if this starts to sell off out the jump where I can think about it.
You wouldn't just jump in the short since you're so bearish?
We'll see. I mean, the short, I took it this morning actually a little bit. We kicked off that London OR, and the pivot is right there too, and 750. I was like, okay, there was some big selling, but I don't know. Now the actual show is going to start, so we'll watch. We'll see what happens.
Well, the great thing about being an intraday trader is you're not forced into any positions. You can take your time.
Yes.
Wait for your proper setup.
Yeah. I have this whole chat here too to talk to, so that's good.
Yes. What period do you use for your volume profile? So this one here on the right is going to be RTH. So we will get a new profile the way this one is done at the bell. This is just Friday's profile, just for reference.
Yeah.
And this one here is a leg to leg profile. So this is going to be representative of the swing from this high at 756 to this low here at 707.
Yeah, Tanya's chilling. You're stuck with us today.
Sorry, chat.
Sorry, chat. We'll make it fun. We'll make it cool. See what I mean?
What?
They seem pissed.
See what you mean? What?
There's a seller like crossing. We lost the previous week high. I'm just trying to say this stuff out loud so that we keep going up. Deli's smashing the bid right now.
Dude, Deli's calling all of his friends. He's
like, listen,
Stowe is bearish.
Buy this with both hands.
Buy it
please.
with both hands. He's probably
generational wealth could be made off of inversing me if when these feelings come up like this. That's funny.
Well, we got a couple of seconds here before we start. 30 seconds. Let's see what we get.
30 seconds.
We're opening kind of at the top of Friday's range and kind of pretty much in the a little part of the bottom of the overnight profile.
JD, I think both of us utilize the 5-minute opening range for NQ the most. I also look at the opening print itself. I have the 30-second up too, but I use the opening print kind of as the 30-second. I celebrate
you have both.
many
So you have
opening
the
ranges.
you celebrate many. You have both the 30 and the 5-minute.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Interesting. Let's see
Okay.
what we get.
Show me what you got.
V range at the top, just above the overnight high. That's kind of an interesting area, and then also just below the overnight low down here. So kind of forecasting, we bounce around and then test one of those potentially.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I mean, they worked this area for like 9,000 years on Friday too.
Yep.
Yeah. So if it's going to leave, I would like to see it like get out of this.
Get out.
Leave the previous day high with conviction, and it's not really doing that yet. All right. So no real opening drive there.
Yeah, pretty lackluster so far.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Good to know. Hmm.
Do you when you're sitting at your desk, not streaming, and you watch the market, do you do that? Do you like,
I think so.
like that's what's that one, that suspicious meme? Like,
Yes. No, I definitely do that. I'm saying all kinds of stuff. Sometimes I talk to Arthur. Sometimes I talk to the cat. Like, you want to do this? And then he'll just groan at me. We buying this down here, Arthur? No.
Not yet.
Yeah. Push and build. So far.
I'll let the 5-minute OR print and then give me a kind of a gauge from there. I do like, kind of some of this early structure on the volume profile.
Yeah.
Based on, we chopped around a bit. We're starting to build some volume down here. So maybe we can leverage this low volume node, which I would assume would be near the 5-minute mid. And look for some shorts against 14, maybe. But too early to tell. I do like it when we kind of establish like a micro balance like we did at the open there, and then push, right? Because that leaves behind this area that should now be resistance theoretically.
Yep.
It's early for that, but it's something to consider. Many mornings I've been able to lean on, the top of a volume distribution like that and get short against it.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of have like a mini red team, blue team right here. And
yeah,
this
right.
quick auction. And now it's rejecting this selling that was rewarding. They slammed the point of control down here too. So like you said, it's early, but this is a clue. This is when the clues start. I hope this day nukes like 1,000 points just so I can be so right about my pre-market call. I'll be starting a signal service ASAP.
Newsletter from Stowe.
That's right. Stowe turns bearish. I mean, it's possible that maybe this is the top for the next decade. You guys don't know.
You don't know.
You don't
You're
know.
right.
If I call it every day.
You'll be right eventually.
Oh man, this coffee's terrible.
What are you drinking, bud?
Just terrible coffee. I accidentally bought like a big bag of it. You know what it was? It was a grocery order replacement. And I was like, okay, that's fine. And it's not fine.
It's not a replacement.
No, it did not replace the one that I wanted.
Mm,
It tastes like a lit match.
hate that. All right, so there's the mid.
Mhm.
It's right at the top of that ledge. Kind of like an internal ledge for those that know what a ledge is and they come after me for calling this a ledge. That's fine. I don't care.
Ledge is
Whatever
just
you want.
British for legend, I thought.
Oh, mate.
Yo,
Mate.
Stokey the bear. I don't like it one bit. Me neither, Shab. I don't like it. Don't worry. Worst bear ever, frankly. All right, let's see if you got your sellers up here, Leo.
All right, let's jump in this.
Oh.
A little early.
I'm gonna pull this up so I can see your trade. Nice. Okay.
I didn't get quite the price I wanted, but
yeah,
you can't.
It was moving pretty quick.
Beggars can't be choosers. Don't like that. I really don't like the fact that when we push down, we just found buyers and then just rotated right back up right away. But I'm gonna sit in it.
Yeah, I stacked it back up, dude. Let's see. You just need to push. You gotta want it. You gotta want it, sellers.
You do need to want it.
I took one off. I got into 698.
Nice. You got a better fill. Oh, you already took one off from 98. Oh,
Yeah.
that's a base hit scalp.
Yep. Well, that's my rule. First, oh my gosh, how many times? How many times are you gonna test this?
I hate that too. I
Yep.
hate the more times they put more volume at the upper edge of this. It's just like, yeah, that sucker's gonna pop.
Seller's still foot on the gas right there. What do we got? 660. I'll just put it down there. 652. But yeah, I take that base hit every time if it's within the first 15 minutes.
Is that your rule?
Yep.
Yep.
I think it was like, well, I mean, not only is the first 15 minutes like usually pretty indecisive, so that's like super scalp mode for me.
Mhm.
But it also is like it's a nice way to start the day. Just like, okay, good. Nice. Good job. You got a nice little scalp in.
Yeah.
It's a nice little positive reinforcement for yourself.
Beaks are wet.
Beaks are wet. Oh, all right, cool.
They got me.
That's enough.
Actually like them better now that they stopped me. But
Yeah, they need to step in though.
The thesis is well discussed. We have a volume build here at the open, and kind of had this separation in volume between this distribution here and this one here. I have a 5-minute OR mid trade that I take. Have posted a lot of stats on that. The setup wasn't, let's see, it
Look at
wasn't
this big boy
textbook.
here.
Oh yeah, at 18.
Yeah.
It wasn't textbook for the trade, but we definitely saw some resistance there for a minute and took a shot at it.
Yeah, I've just been looking to be to lean short the whole merit. All my stuff is just pointing at it in just the overnight time frame. The London OR, they're 100% short. The price barely traded above it at all last night. We're below the weekly open, which is 765. That often serves as a pivot. Let's see if we're rejecting this RTH open now.
I'm back in this.
So this is where the 30-second opening range is right here.
Jeez. Two bad trades. Not bad trades, just two L's back to back.
They're just pissed. It's the angry bid now.
Yep. I was trying to support your bear thesis.
Well, that was your first mistake, my friend.
And I should have just bought this dip.
You know what a bear thesis is good for? Not a lot. Not a lot in a bull market. I was schmedium term bear. And by schmedium, I mean for the first 3 minutes only.
I mean, there's been a lot of absorption up here.
Did that 18 guy pull? I missed it.
I didn't see. It doesn't look like he took a fill. Let's see what we do here. We can snag a rotation down. That'd be sick. ES is still struggling.
Yeah.
So there's something to be said about that.
Yeah, a little wiggly.
Stowe loves a wiggling Dom.
I do. My fill sucks there. I'm short at 710 now. Got a cross, baby.
Team short.
I'm going to pull out a 1 just so I can get like... I might need to reposition. It's just not very good. Okay, cool. I'll hold this. I feel like this is as good a spot as I'm going to get. Oh, man, right back in our face, huh?
Yeah, go ahead and just cover that.
This is what sucks about shorting.
Ooh.
Show up late again.
Boom, 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 boom.
Are they
just
clearing?
ES is hanging out at the low like that. Just really that's what had me convinced to hold that thing, despite all this buying we're seeing.
Yep.
But it's smart to get out of the trade and wait for something better.
It's dragging. It's something about, short scalping. Like your executions have to be so much better to be short successfully.
Merritt and Chris are streaming the Open tomorrow. That should be fun.
Nice. That's cool.
Just in from the NinjaTrader chat.
All right. That's awesome. I love 18 guy pulled. All right, thanks, Rob. I appreciate you. I don't know how I missed that. Chris, pew pew, pew pew.
Pew, pew, pew. Looks like he moved it up to 48.
This was happening last night too. This is what all that
All
was-
last night
was-
there was offer all over the place.
Yeah.
It's all over my heat map.
Good job, Whit. Thank you. Good job. It's important to hit the like. It's good for the stream.
Yeah, we're a little shy on the old likes there. 315. It's pretty low.
Well, we're trying to short a bull market right now. I wouldn't like this either.
Yep. I think I'm gonna try this again with a really tight stop against this high. Just the reaction there.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until at least we're back inside. I don't know. I think I've taken my shots at it. Both of them are above the open now. ES did just reject its previous day high, though, so you might have something working for you.
I might.
Oh,
Some pretty responsive selling there, but it's just again getting bid right back up.
yep. Yeah, for now. Very wiggly. There you go, brother.
Now we're gonna have all kinds of support to push through for this to
Yeah.
run. All right, I'm coming out of one. I'll probably come out of this other one. Market's bid for now. I'm not going to fight this tape. If we start pushing away, then I can add to this. But it's pretty indecisive. I mean, I'm more indecisive because I just don't have a clear read. Market open was, kind of a weak open.
Mm-hmm.
We built some volume down there. I think just trapped a bunch of sellers at these lows. And but we're seeing like a responsive sell here, but we're still getting like bid up, right? On these little micro pullbacks. So that's a sign for me to just like stay off the sell button for after this trade until we get up to something 78, somewhere up the top of the range.
Yep.
Because that's where that higher time frame balance is. Just a little bit higher.
It might be building a silly balance day up here right now. This is a lot. I mean, this is a lot of selling. But they don't make it easy to lean on. That's for sure. Because I mean, the bid is being extremely aggressive up there too. Yeah, I don't have a button to click right now.
That's saying something when Stowe doesn't have a button to click.
Yeah, I just like I see. I just don't have the risk reward to go take out the high from this spot, and I'm not convinced that this seller isn't real. That guy's not real.
That guy's not real.
I think that Philip. So I think that a lot of people have this thing that they do where um, they find the weaker index and that's the one that they want to short. I don't necessarily play correlations like that. I'm mostly always trading NQ. So I don't run them together like that. I'm just always going to take the trade on NQ because I think there's more you know, opportunity to make money as a scalper in NQ just by the point ranges that it moves. But I do take note that, you know, ES is weaker. ES also opened weaker last night. Like it opened below its previous day high, whereas NQ opened above it.
Yep.
So
So they got that last piece out. I think that was like a 7-point stop. You know, it was really tight, just looking for this to be like an immediate move.
mhm.
Didn't get it. So we'll reset for a minute. So the context for me is always like, you know, I'm always trying to tell a story, right? So like we had an open balance, push lower, built some volume, had a bunch of sell delta in here, rotated away from it, and every little dip right now is being bid back up.
Yeah.
So for me, that's just like we had a bit of a, you know, short time frame, little sell at the open, that's then now shifted. And so I don't want to, you know, fight that tape yet until we get up to somewhere up in here. And I just don't have a great long setup right now. Even though, you know, the market's bid, like I would like to, you know, if we do get down in this area right here in 705s, where this low volume node is, correlates to this 5-minute opening range mid, like I would probably look for a long in there. But outside of that, you know, I'm just not a guy that's going to buy high and sell it higher. So
Yeah, I am, and I'm still not going to do it. So
that tells you something.
yeah.
ES is a loser. NQ rules.
O'Doyle rules.
O'Doyle rules.
O'Doyle,
That
I
just
got a feeling
reminds
your whole
me.
family's going down.
I got it just reminds me how disappointed I am in Happy Gilmore too.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. What are you gonna do? Like I said, I mean, I support everything that Adam Sandler does. I'm just a fan. I'm a fan forever. It's cool. I mean, I was watching that he's actually in a ton of cartoons that I wouldn't have known about.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so there's one like he plays a vampire in a cartoon called Hotel Transylvania on Netflix. And he's in a bunch of Netflix cartoons that my kid just turns on and I'm like, "Is that Sandler again?" And it is. He's still doing like the same voice. It's still like Little Nicky, but in all just different different cartoons. So yeah, he's a vampire, and then he also is he's a turtle in a cartoon that's really nice too.
Yeah, Fat Fish. Happy Gilmore 2 is a dud.
I think
I'm gonna come out
honestly it
and
was
just
just
say it.
insane. It was just insane. I didn't know it was happening. It was just so unhinged in so many ways.
I had that, you know, that brother ooh the whole time.
Oh man, yeah. ES is trying to drag itself.
See that when I look over at my ES Dom, I'm like, oh, we're 4 points off of the low, and Q's doing this
Yeah.
with all this absorption. I wanted to click the sell button really bad. I might do it. Especially
I
with
don't
the
hate it.
CAD
I mean, they
firing.
put the point of control up here. Hmm. Did you get it? Are you
Yeah,
in?
I'm in.
All
I'm
right,
in.
cool. That might be a good trade, dude.
I took one off just to capture that base hit.
Yeah, let's come down. We'll see what this 705 does.
I also, I mentioned this is a great spot to buy. So when you have a great spot to buy and you're short, you want to cover,
Yep.
Now, if we break it and, pass through this OR, I'd use that same point, kind of like the way you would use a pivot point to sell against it.
I think ES just went down and made an equal low there.
Oh, disgusting.
Yes, it's quite
AJ
gross.
is calling the cops. That 311 guy is back in. He's sitting there. How he pulled. Some funny games on the order book today.
Yes. Very, very goofy. There was all that size last night at 770. Once it finally got there, it didn't all get filled. There was still like 400 lots stuck up there, unfilled. I thought that was interesting. It just kind of just teetered off of it.
Somebody in ES is going to be really disappointed. And it's probably also going to be me. Because I'm just trading. I'm taking a short based on that's so funny. Yes, it's just like cliffhanger city.
Yeah. City. I haven't done it, by the way. See, I tricked you into the trope.
Oh.
Now you're saying city everything.
It was me trying to get you to say it because I told you I was going to do it on Friday and I didn't.
All right. Oh, Hitman, did they kill the Dow? Fair enough. I mean, that's got to be what's going on.
Oh, is that what's going on?
It has to be. I don't even need to see a Dow chart to know. When ES is low and NQ is high, I know that the Dow must be on life support.
There's so much absorption up here in 30s. I may get back in this. Maybe if they pop it. Let's see.
It's pretty clean. Like for me, what I'm seeing is like they're stair stepping it up. These are healthy pullbacks. I don't have a spot to get in because this is still, I mean, we're just at what we have 57 points of a range so far. Not really coming up into any resistance. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait to see what the London OR does before I trade again. So I think we're going to go get it. Big guy on ES just got filled at 17. Let's see. A new high was encouraging.
No, it's not.
Tesla is holding NQ higher. I don't know. I don't know if I can believe that back of the napkin math on the weighting of NQ, but I know that that's often said. That's why I don't look at stocks at all. I look at two scoreboards. I look at ES and I look at NQ. That's it.
Come out of this. Kane said to buy gold.
Oh,
You're
really,
buying
Kane?
it?
Who, me?
He
No.
said he's buying gold.
I'm not buying gold. And frankly, if Kane's buying gold, he doesn't want me buying gold.
You should do it. Just a nuke Kane's position.
Use my powers for evil? I would never.
Yeah.
I like Kane. Why would I
do
hurt his
too,
gold?
but like
Okay.
it would be the best troll ever. It'd be like, yes, Kane, I'll get in there with you.
I don't troll my friends, Leo. I only troll my frenemies. Okay, let's get to the turn. Come on.
Let's see if I can do a Stowe impression. A new low
Okay.
would be encouraging.
Is that how I sound? Is that what I sound like?
That is fantastic. I still want to short this because of ES's move. So,
Yeah.
you guys are just going to have to deal with this. It's the absorption with ES, having a hard time. The Dow does bother me a bit.
Matt said Leo just pulled
for this
something
sell-off.
doing that impression. It's hard, dude. You have to stretch before you try to get my voice out like that. It is possible to pull something. Especially, I mean, we're a couple gentlemen in our 40s. It's quite easy to pull things, frankly.
I might just have to go with one here. That's gonna suck.
Look at this guy. Much absorb. So much.
To absorb. Let's let this high resolve itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. It just looks super bid to me.
You're right. You are right.
I'm not there quite yet, Matt. I can't buy this high. Not quite yet.
Super bid.
It's not moving fast enough. Also, so in times when I do hop in and buy the high, it doesn't look like this. Like this profile, this is not what I'm buying. This is pushed and built down, and now we're back inside, and then yeah, it's just not moving fast enough for me, dude. This volume profile would need to be a lot more toothy for me to want to snap in a buy up here, and just so I can have something to lean on. I'm shocked I'm not trading either. Yep, ES just rejected its previous day high again.
ES is in such a tight range. That's wild. I'm just going to come out of this.
Bought right back.
Yep.
There seems to be some ice at 745 or something there. And they cleared them.
Do you only look at volume and not price actions, though?
Oh, no, I look at price action for sure. That's why I have candles. And like what I'm seeing price action wise is stair step up with appropriate pullbacks. Like doesn't look squeezy. I see it. I see the bid on the DOM cruising through these sellers. There's definitely a lot of absorption up here, but like when the bid absorbs and then stacks back up on top of that guy and keeps going, that's aggressive buying. So for those reasons, I'm not going to be short. But we're coming up against all that selling from overnight right now. 755 to 765. I believe this green I chose today is lawn green. So this is a lawn green box up here. I'm just kind of waiting for this.
No surprise that it would be a lawn green.
Oh man, my poor yard
still mows his own yard.
My poor yard is so dead, dude. It's so dead. It's not even fair. Yes. Oh, there we go. Somebody's mad.
Matt's a Kentucky bluegrass guy.
Nice. All right, let's see if that can be. Was that exhaustive? What did ES do? Trying to hawk this to see. Perhaps. Step back in, Mr. Bid. What are you doing? I'm going to try this long. Oh, no. Oh, no. Horrible. Horrible spot. Got out of that just as fast.
I think that short I sniffed out, cut out too early was kind of I'm regretting that decision now.
Do you get regrets sometimes, Leo?
Absolutely.
I get regrets. All right, this is previous week high right here. I don't really like initiating here. Give me back above 730. I need something to lean on. Need something to lean on.
Did you guys know Stowe is a actual musician? Yeah.
No, he's not. It's just a hobby. I'm retired.
Just a hobby. Do hobbies have recordings and albums?
Yeah, people do. People record their records. I think. You don't think so?
No, I don't think they have like albums. No, he definitely does way more than just slaps the bass.
Slapping the bass. Another great movie. What a great era. I mean, I'm sure that's what everybody says about their era of their favorite movies, but like, dude, how do you beat all those movies that came out at the same time? What was I watching the other day? The Owen Wilson movie where they're in college, like with Frank the Tank. What was that movie called again?
Oh, Old School?
Old School, yeah. I just watched Old School the other day. It's still just
I love
as
that
good.
movie. Such a good movie.
You're my boy, Blue.
That's such a great movie.
Thank you, Throne Chop. Yes. Such a good movie.
We're going streaking. We're gonna run up to the quad. Dude, you just shot yourself in the neck with a dart, dude.
I forgot about that. This is crazy.
This is crazy. I like you, man, but you're crazy.
Oh yeah. See, Nick gets it too. Maybe Bed Bath and Beyond. I don't know. I don't know if we'll have time. You know what's really funny is to watch that as a young man and then live that life all this time later. You're like, yeah,
Right.
Pretty big Saturday going to Home Depot, probably
Pretty
Costco.
much. Checks out.
Oh, it was my edge report. I gotta blow that back up. Edge alert. Oh, Euro FX futures continue to sell off. Jim just posts that because he's still trying to get his vacation prices down. So that's not a real edge alert, guys. That's just something that Jim is trying to put into the universe for his own benefit.
So the 17-year-old is having her wisdom teeth taken out.
Ooh.
This morning, and apparently that was a pretty scary start for her. She was shaking.
Yeah, that's no good.
Yeah, I mean, she's never had a surgery of any kind, so like this is the first time for her to be under anesthesia. I can't wait to see the video where she wakes up.
Come on. Pump it. Get up there. Let's go, Mr. Bid. Go see this 745 guy again. There ain't much I can do about it. I feel like I'm really fighting for points right now, Leo. Really fighting. I don't like that feeling.
Stowe is humble. Everyone's fighting for points, long or short.
Yeah.
What columns do you keep on your DOM to be able to see reloading? So for me, just pull stack and then like a delta profile. Because you can see, 400, 100 people, hit the bid and then the bid starts refreshing. Did you get long? Oh, sick.
Woo! I actually did. I'm actually very proud of this one. So I started along here and we lost I saw a lot of selling step in. I was like, it's not the best spot. Didn't really have anything to lean off of. So I got back in on the right side of the V. And for those reasons, I'm happy. All right. So here we are.
Trade.
750. ES making new highs. Let's go.
Dude, this ear thing is I'm gonna have to legit get a new ear thing to like headphones or something.
Dude, get these babies. I mean, I've had these for 1,000 years. Maybe legitimately 15 years I've had these headphones. But I love them. I record in these, mix in these. Very clean.
What would you record, Stowe? What do you mean you record in them?
Jams. Music.
All right, chat. We need 500 likes, and I'm gonna give it away 2 hats.
Whoa. We could do. I have like a basement full of of vinyl records,
trading cards.
No. Does anybody have a record player? For every like we'll get, I'll send somebody a vinyl record. That's how many. It will make my wife so happy if those leave. We have so much more room for Christmas decorations down there if I can get rid of these records. You want them, Sav? All right, cool. You got it. Me and Sav have been talking music, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you guys both like punk rock fans?
Sav, I don't think I would quantify what she likes as punk rock. She likes some pretty cool music, though. I'll send you some links.
Like what? Like jazz?
It's a lot
Classic.
like jazz, yes.
A lot like jazz or just jazz?
A lot like jazz. All right, we're rejecting this range. Look at this. The seller's up here now. All right.
You know what's really like jazz? Some jazz.
When I was when I was in weird job limbo, I figured I needed to go get like an associate's degree because I never went to college in any way. So I figured out like a weird scam where I could do like enough online classes and then just do like an at your own pace associate's degree. So I was crushing like 3 credits a week. And that's all I listened to, like 10 hours a day, was just that jazz in the background playlist. So now I can't listen to that without thinking about like algebra and art history and all the horrible classes I had to take to get through that thing.
That's funny.
I don't know. Yeah, 103 guy, 57. They keep advertising higher. This is what? Am I doing the hand signals right, Pax? Is this what's the thing? Dude, I had it down.
I'm just dying to get short. I think I'm just gonna jump in here.
Something? Deli, help me out, dude. Deli's already off the stream drinking espresso right now.
Yeah.
Hey, nice, Firmament. You did that thing too? That's cool. Yeah, I did a mix of those are gang signs. Accidental gang signs would be that's exactly what I would
throwing
do.
up gang signs.
Could do that. No, I'm not gonna do it. Just in case I accidentally make one.
Clearly, you're not a baller.
No, definitely not. Just a
Pretty
shot
sick.
caller.
It's pretty sick. We get on in the mornings and they start pumping out the sound bites.
That's right. It's true.
Because it was previously not allowed.
Well, I think they have so many to use.
When you're because when you're on, it's just there's so many Stowe clips.
I'm telling you, man, I'm gonna take a vacation for a week and nobody's gonna know. Stop Out City. That's right, Real. I hope they have skee ball. They did have skee ball, by the way. It was pretty sick. So many claw machines. My kid was getting way too into claw machines. I was like, oh man, I'm worried I'm starting a gambling addiction right now.
With the claw machines?
Yes.
I've won one time a claw machine, and it was like a huge, like the biggest thing that was in there. And it was like one of those supersized claw machines.
Yeah, yeah.
It was like a teddy bear the size of me. It was sick.
Tiro says, what account are you on? Just a heads up, if this is a prop firm, this would be classified as a hedge. What's a hedge about this? I'm just long one lot here. You might be looking at my bracket. So like this is my stop and this is my take profit up here. And then this is my position. So no hedge here, my friend. Yeah, pretty disappointing. Did you get short?
I did.
Cool.
You know, we're just taking a stab at the
bounce area high.
Yep.
Yep. Whoa.
Well, okay.
I think our fearless leader may have said something.
May have.
I told you he was going to do some wiggly things.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he did. He wiggled me out of my trade, like exactly to the tick.
I think Nick might have also been short.
Nick took a stop on that. Yeah. That's trading.
That's the game, baby.
I think I'm gonna drop the tick compression down a little bit. Just
Philip. Okay, he thinks that dude thought that both of us, like my chart was both charts. So
gotcha.
That would have that certainly would have been a hedge. What I find I like to do with prop firms is to be long and short at the exact same time in the exact same account so that nothing happens. And then I just rack up fake commissions. I mean, this seller's still up here, dude. Let's get that G line touch, though. That's a nice stat. We'd like to cross that off.
I mean, if we push there, I'd just wait for the overnight high.
Yeah.
Some type of rejection up there. I think we'll be what
we got our V range too, 780.
Yep. And there's offers up there. So
oh goodness, yeah, that 328 guy. Okay. Maybe that's the rest of that fill that was trying to happen last night. I look at all this bid, or I mean, passive selling here, but I mean, it's getting chewed through.
Yep.
Whoops.
Best thing you need to do when you see this, and you know what you're looking at, is nothing.
Yep.
Nothing.
Somebody asked you that, what do you put on your DOM thing? I like to do at bid and at ask also. And I like to refresh those at key intervals. And what that does for me is I can see like sweep aggression to the tick. And if I see, a buy sweep that is still filling, over 10 lots at the top of that tick, that's kind of like a sign that isn't mini tapering off. So that's just like buyers are still aggressive right there. Buyers are still trying to do the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that. I think XY uses that bid at ask also.
Oh, Trump hasn't even started.
Oh, really? Okay. This is also, I mean, a very extended spot up here. This 770 is the previous week, 2 deviations up. And especially on Monday, I look at that like that means we are in gigatrend mode.
Look at these highs.
Yeah.
They're just asking to be run.
That was the G line right there.
Yeah. But, it's resistance until it's not.
I'm going to close that. I'm going to take that trade off.
Sick.
As that offer stepped in, the G line hit. So that was also a case where I was only really trying to get another 6 points. So that's good enough return for me. That was a good trade. I think I had 25 points. That's plenty. He's going to be talking about crime. Okay. Leo, when you were a kid, did you have Gruff McGruff, the crime dog, or was that just a regional thing for me?
We had that.
You did? Okay, cool. Sick. Oh, thank you, Mr. Deck. Thank you, brother.
Something we so like I don't know how I know this was kindergarten. But who sang the My Achy Breaky Heart? What's his name?
His name is hold on. Congratulations. That's incredible.
What's the congratulations?
Dude. My wife just got a giant promotion.
Heck yeah.
That's amazing.
Is she like the boss now? Like the CEO?
Super I mean, my wife is such a boss anyways, but dude. That's so cool.
That's amazing. Congrats. Tell her I said congrats.
I will, brother. Oh, that's amazing. Dude, she's such a boss. She's such a baller. It's crazy.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm so happy for you guys.
Anyways, that guy's name is Achy Breaky Heart. That's Hannah Montana's dad, right?
Yes, he is. What's his name?
What's Hannah Montana's real name? Cyrus.
Billy Ray Cyrus.
Billy Ray Cyrus. Okay.
He legit. Okay, so like he legit came to my first, like either kindergarten or first grade, and I actually remember this. And he sang that song to our class.
Achy Breaky Heart?
Yes. Because he was like a local.
Really?
Yeah, because he's from Kentucky, right?
Okay. Dude, that's a pretty big get.
Somebody tell me I'm wrong.
The man, the myth, the mullet.
Where? Let's see. Billy Ray. I'm pretty sure. Where was he born? Oh no, he was from Kentucky. Yeah, exactly. Well, I wasn't from it. Eric, I lived there for like 4 years.
You lived all over the place, dude. You may have lived more places than me.
I did move around a lot growing up.
I mean, I lived a lot of places if you can count like sleeping in a van. Does that count?
No.
Pax was like, "What was it like to be a rocker?" I was like, it's like being homeless, except you own a van." Pretty much. You get to drink in a different bar every day that looks pretty much exactly the same as the other one, but it's in a different city. That's what I would qualify as. I will, Turtle. I will. That's so cool. So I don't know what's happening with this thing, Leo.
I just, yeah. I
ES
want to sell it, but I
is
don't want to sell it, you know.
yeah. ES is just
So.
making a silly balance. NQ's at the highs still, grinding out past this top of our balance area now.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, we might sell from here. That's fine, but
It's not going to be right now. Look at I mean, this is that grindy. If you zoom out,
yep, that price action you look for.
Cooper would be drawing a channel right here, right?
Absolutely.
Cooper, tell me I'm right about the channel. I don't want to draw one because I screw them up. I anchor them to the wrong place. Yes, nice.
447 on the like count. If we get to 500, I'm giving 2 hats away, and I already know one person that's going to win it in the chat.
Nice.
I've already picked. I picked one. Still's going to pick the other.
They're good hats, dude. They're really good hats.
Yeah.
What is this thing doing?
Just that grind.
What's that grind?
Just the grind.
Just on that grind, baby. I get back in.
Just Stowe. Come on, Stowe. I'm starting to get a bald spot. I need that hat. Pharm
right,
said,
Jeff.
you can pick me twice. I read the rules.
This is just like the Outback Steakhouse. There's no rules here. Yeah, it's quite heavy, huh? ES is too. It's got an excess low on the profile, but I know for a fact that it's the most disgusting low ever down there. This might be one of those times when NQ is able to drag ES up. I went back through that some old Substack posts that I made where I used to do a Substack that was just my prep.
You got a Substack?
I did. I mean, nobody subscribed to it. It was for no one but me.
You had a Substack for nobody.
Yes, I did. And it was a
So
way.
hold on. Let me understand this a little
Okay,
more. Just like I want to double click on this.
Okay.
So you had a Substack. When Substack the intention of Substack is you write something and then it gets emailed out to people that subscribe.
Yes.
So did you write something to then get an email from yourself?
Yeah. Well, I had like a couple of my friends looked at it too. So I'd say there was like 2 people that looked at it, maybe 4. But it was a way for me to lock myself into the habit of review. And the only way I could do that was if I had like, okay, this is a format. I can sit down and I'm going to put screenshots here. I'm going to write about it like I'm telling a story, that sort of thing. So yeah, it was mostly just for me. But I was looking back through that yesterday, maybe Saturday, and there was all my posts about like how I look at what the Dow and the NQ does to ES when they're not in line. And it's exactly this. It's exactly this day. Both of them are just pulling ES in opposite directions, and ES is just stuck in the middle. And if you look at the, I don't have it up on NT, but if you look at the session delta profile for ES, it's just all blue at the top, all red at the bottom. It's literally a perfect balance over
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Elias said he was your only subscriber.
That's true. Elias knows.
Stack.
Yep, he was one of them. There's not really a Substack that Elias misses. He hawks all those.
Is he the Substack or?
The Substack or.
I'm going to make time to make that long or meme, and we're going to have fun with that.
Okay, that sounds good. That's funny, XY. Can you imagine the pain that everybody that I've been in a band with has been in this entire time? Having to listen to me talk about all this stuff that makes no sense to normal humans.
Your band members?
Yeah. And like, oh, there he goes. He's firing up his laptop again at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Got to trade the New York Open. I can't believe Delhi was like Eastern time rules.
Yeah, well, it does rule. I can't believe that NQ has somehow formed a single print up here with ES at the lows. That's wild. The Dow must be in serious trouble. Did United Healthcare like declare bankruptcy or something today? Is that what happened? That's all that's in the Dow, right? Just like toilet paper and healthcare and banks, I think.
I think Apple's in there too.
Apple's in there too?
Salesforce.
All right, fair enough.
There's some not so boomerish stocks in the YM.
Randy says the Dow is about to catch a bid.
ES is still building volume. At
Prove
13.
it, Dow. Prove it.
Ooh.
And NQ's catching a bid. Whoa. Hey-oh. I mean, we got 10:30.
Nothing happened.
No. Definitely a bid stepped in on NQ there to support the 750 for now. Came up short on the overnight high, too. That's annoying.
Annoying.
Do you realize
Trump
we haven't
yet?
even taken out the overnight low or overnight high yet?
No, yeah. Of 100-point range?
Beautiful.
That's gnarly. Is our vol like 9 right now?
Pretty low. Like in the 70s. No. Stowe. It's worse than 100 points. It's 80 points.
Ooh.
82 point range.
My name is Jeff.
Oh, hang on. I said that wrong. 85.
Our vol 0.
The tape is riveting, and so are my trades.
It's doing something. It's doing something. It's thinking about something right now. $690. Let's see. If they're going to push it, I mean, they can push it right here.
I agree. Could happen. I think it's just it would be easier for me just to jump in some of these short pullbacks long if ES wasn't about to die. And I think that's just what's keeping me Maybe I need a Dow chart now. You know, maybe I need to know when
You never know when you need a Dow chart, truly.
when the Dow thing is doing the thing.
Let's see, 745.
Are you guys looking for turns at the point of control? No.
No,
I
no,
don't.
no. Let's see. Leo, this might surprise you, but I'm short.
I like the trade.
It's not quite. I've got my finger on the flatten button. Yeah, they're trying to push. Trying to push it, but
I'm gonna jump in there with you. I'll just go with this out of the ordinary type of momentum type trade where it's just like you'd expect this to be a little pullback to get long, right?
we've had a lot of those very clean rotations, and there's a lot of stops that are in danger at the moment. And we're rotating out of the +1. We're back below. I mean, I'm ready to cut this like quickly, but we're back below the balanced area high. But I mean, maybe ES is just gonna bid this 14 spot forever. Now this should get back to. So I'm kind of playing the reverse of what my. Let me get this down so I can nip out of one if I need to. Kind of playing the reverse of my long continuation setup here. But this isn't really a trend day profile in any way. So that's why I really don't believe the push higher. Oh, they're going to make it so painful, though. This is why I hate shorting.
Welcome to the best, most grueling trade.
Yeah, it's not fair. I was promised shorts were rewarded faster.
I mean, we have a pretty clean, enough of a pause with enough offer. Now we're starting to push away from it. So if we can get a break, yeah, I think there's a good opportunity for this to break like by a decent amount.
They got ES below the previous day close now. Now they're trying to hold it there. And by they, I mean, the Illuminati.
The proper they. Yeah. And I don't know what's up with my earbud, but it's really annoying.
Yeah, you gotta spring for some. I also like I have some JBL Bluetooth ones too that I really like. Ah, good. Put the point of control right here. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you. All right. Now there's bid sweeps are coming in. Now I hate it, Leo.
I feel yeah.
I feel like that was the shot.
It was indeed.
I feel like they blew it. Yep.
Yep. I'll take out. I'll get out early. So much for that gold long. Let's see. Kane in shambles. Look at that.
What happened? Did it keep going down?
It went up and then it reversed.
I mean, we learned that that's exactly what gold does, right? That reversed in your face like crazy. That annoyed you all day on Friday.
That was so bad.
It was just mean.
So bad.
It's just mean.
I'm going to jump back in this Stowe. I think we got some little momentum pickup here. They have finally found some aggressive selling to get in with.
Oh, Trump is finally talking? Tracy cracks me up. Trump is just talking about crime in D.C. for the third time right now. No big deal. Is crime bullish? Ask it for a friend. I hope you get this short, dude. I did not have the conviction for it. There you go. Yep. Now it's pushing. Let's see.
Let's wait.
Yes, can
get
take
a real push.
Was that a fake one?
I mean, we're still hanging.
Yeah.
Still hanging. I'm just laughing. Yes, it's just cracking me up.
Yeah.
Honestly.
It's real sad.
I might pull an XY. I might just crying on TV here.
Has he actually cried though?
He hasn't. He keeps threatening it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. He's
You're gonna cry in the car.
You know, XY brought up Rush Hour, the movie, the other day, and I've been thinking about that ever since too. That now comes with a disclaimer when you watch it. I was like, man, really? Because that pops on some Disney cartoons and stuff, which is, you know, sometimes warranted. But I was like, man, Rush Hour's got a disclaimer, and then I went back and looked at some Rush Hour clips, and I was like, yeah, it's a little spicy.
Wisdom teeth are out.
Nice. Okay, good. Yeah, I hate that stuff too, dude. I can't tolerate any sort of doctor related thing without getting nervous. I'm a chicken, as they say.
Man, we're like 20 short of the 500 goal.
Really?
Yep. Nobody wants a free hat.
It's a shame. They're really good hats, guys.
I still like the idea of scalping, stocking a short up here. It's just the low R-vol market environment is not rewarding that, right?
Yeah, it might be. You know, if you're going to take these trades, it might be a lower your target day.
Right.
There hasn't really been an extreme move except for that little snap that happened. Coming up, we got Nick at 11 today. following us?
I don't know if it was Nick or was it Nick or XY?
Or XY? I don't know.
I guess we'll find out who comes
It's-
up in the green
yeah,
room in a
we
minute.
will. Yeah, Fitz. This, I mean, it feels like honestly, I wish they would hunt some more stops. It's just kind of a very slow Monday. Monday grind up. I did flip long also up here.
Still bought the high.
I did.
Buying higher. 500 wear hat. Okay, I have mine. I have my winner picked.
I need to pick a winner?
You do.
Hmm.
You need to pick.
Let's see. Who in this chat is in my good graces often?
Don't pick Stowe. I mean Kane.
Don't pick Kane.
Don't pick Kane. Kane doesn't deserve a hat.
Kane
Plus,
doesn't.
he's in the UK. Like shipping there is just blah.
I mean, he's in America just as much. We could probably get Kane probably has like a PO box or something. Everybody's being nice to me. I see this.
Oh,
I see what's going on.
Snap.
I'd like to give it to Frin Tin Tin, but I haven't seen them yet today. So I can't do that. Frin Tin Tin's been making some extremely good puns lately. And I'm a pun guy. I love a dad joke. I love a pun. Actually, yeah, I choose Mark. Mark S. You're the big
Mark
winner, homie.
S. All right,
Mark S.
mine is Trader Nautilus.
Oh,
So
nice. Good call. Good call.
you, sir, are just gonna have to send me a DM on Twitter, and I'll get you situated.
There you go.
There's my profile. Stowe, Ray, me. Mark S. Do the same. You can hit me up on Twitter, Mark, or Stowe. Doesn't matter. Are they available for sale? No. They're so expensive. Honestly, they're so expensive.
Good Lord.
That to sell them for, like, I would be embarrassed to sell them, like, even at like what we pay for them.
They're very classy hats. They're
So
they're very good price.
Just for giveaways. Just for giveaways. I'm not selling them, Ryan.
Now the short's gonna work.
Now the short's gonna go. Classic.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I don't have a lot of conviction either way. Now that we lost that.
Yeah, I mean, it's 80 point range.
Yeah.
What I said.
Yep.
Just trying to carve out something and not getting anywhere. 87 points.
There you go. Now you're moving.
Mm-hmm.
ES took out the overnight low.
Finally. It's the trade I was looking for.
Back in the 730 spot again. Ooh, now it's picking up steam. Okay, previous week high on NQ. Run it. Let's see. What's this? I like NQ here at maybe here.
Yeah, I'm jumping in.
We'll see if I want to get ES above its overnight low convincingly, and then I will consider it.
This would be a good trade to take out the top of this range.
We got 10 minutes. There you go. There you go. Let's get me past this VWAP and I'll get in. Okay. Couple buyers there. Just a couple.
Just a few.
Okay. Retest the overnight low.
It's like yes, cleared to take off.
It's got to get back above this, like, I don't know, triple low here at 410. It seems like it's trying to party, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, baby. Hey-o. Nice. Very nice. What's happening? Let's go. Good trade, Leo. You got in there. You got in there at a great spot. You beat me on that one. Yep, nice little liquidation. That grabbed those stops. Those stops. Perfect. That is some healthy market behavior right there. That's what I like to see. You got a quickie out of that fat fish. Good. Good for you, brother. That's important.
Take one off.
I'm going to put the view up there. Okay, we'll watch this coming back up. Do we get to 50? No. Yeah, still struggling a little bit.
Well, 14 was bid for 4 hours.
Yeah.
They finally broke it, so it's going to be, one of those things where they need to get back above it.
Yeah. It has not, ES has not hit its weekly open yet either.
Oh, today.
Yeah. There we go. This pulled back exactly to the VWAP from that little puke too. So I like that. I like it. Trump's saying police will now be able to do whatever they want. Did he really say that exact thing? It seems like oversimplification, probably. It is kind of weird the way that DC works, though. Like, it's not a state. However, that's where, like, a lot of extremely important things happen for our country, right? Isn't that weird? I don't know. Like, what's it like to live in DC? Has anybody ever lived in DC before? What happens?
I've never been. Have you?
Yeah. I've been to DC for sure. It's quite small. I mean, you like either you're in it or you're in,
The
Virginia
burbs.
or Maryland. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, it was not worded that way. The chat came in to back me up. That seems a little normal. Oh, Jim says, okay, we wicked 6406.75. That's a daily spot for him. Okay. It is very expensive to live there, Edwards. That I did know. Okay. Okay. So from a I live there point of view, it's not that much different than living anywhere else. I've always just wondered that. PA is a bunch of weird stuff because it's a Commonwealth. Yeah, I don't know. I get interested in silly stuff like that.
You do. You get interested in some of the weirdest things. I'm like, brother,
Yep.
why
Yep.
are you even worried about that?
Well, I like to find out new stuff. I don't know.
Are you like a history buff?
No,
Would you
not
call
really.
yourself?
No, not at all. I just like side quests, Leo. That's probably it. I feel I should have taken one off with you.
Let's bid this thing up so that XY has to come into a market that's just like at the high of day.
That would be nice.
Let's see if they hold this spot right here. I think that would be good.
Yep. Hold 6410. This is the top of the 30-second OR2. Bunch of highs down there. It was a really strong bid, but it certainly faded. Okay, there you go. Come back, baby. Actually added one there.
Yeah, me too.
43 or 33.
They hate me.
Yeah, they hate us both, I think. This divergence. Not super fun. I bet XYZ woke up.
I didn't even know that they threw me on the stream.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey,
I was like, what's this?
Yeah, dude,
Please
they sneak you on screen sometimes, dude. It's the production staff likes to mess with it with me too.
All right.
I was like, was I picking my nose? Never can tell.
bro, we were trying to get this bid up so that you had to get on the stream with being at the high.
Well, actually, I was at the high. I was long into the high.
Nice.
And then I peeled off the rest because you guys know what the high is, right? It's these bad boys right here.
Yep.
Spooky.
Spooky.
Very scary, very scary. But I did get these longs. I peeled off half up here in this zone. So we're on the same team here. Doesn't look good for us though. But yeah, I was long with Stowe. Stowe, you were long somewhere here too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a pullback. They did trap the sellers again down here. And then took half at 20 and then right at this zone came down to 1 and they came and just trailed me out at some point. But this is this little batch of volume right here. They really did try to buy this through, and seeing them not able to get here anymore kind of sucked. So here we are.
Yeah, it's very disappointing.
Yeah, I could see this offering from this spot though. But we'll see. I'm sticking with these 4 at break even just in case. How'd you guys do today?
Not great.
Pretty mixed bag for me.
Yeah.
The divergence with ES is pretty annoying, huh?
Yes.
That's kind of what threw me off a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah.
I was looking for the ES, let it break. Traded
We
a
couldn't
bunch
time
of
it.
absorption and NQ with it, and just couldn't get there.
Yep. No, it absorbed and then went through, turned into convincing bid, and then now it's selling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that's
very
a
tricky.
failed attempt back in here, so looks like it's not going to be IB high. Might be IB low.
Who knows at this point? They
Might
haven't
be
even
overnight
taken out the
low. They still haven't
overnights.
run either of
Yeah.
them.
I mean, kind of saw this coming when I realized there's like no news. There's just nothing. What, the only thing is like Trump speaking at some point? Is he
Yeah.
speaking already?
Yeah, he's talking about like non necessarily market related items too. So
Yeah, so
he's just doing some crime thing.
what we've got a 86 point range.
All right, there's the turn. Are you going to do anything at the turn, or do I just need to flatten this?
Yeah, I'm hoping. Are you guys you flat?
I'm out. Yeah.
I'm about to be.
I'm out. This is the middle of the range.
Yeah, it looks like we're all about to be flat soon.
It's certainly possible with the way this
But
thing's
we probably have
trading
the
right
same
now.
entries and everything.
Right. Yep.
I might be. Yeah, yuck.
They're coming for our stops.
ES
A
back
lot
down
of
below its overnight
absorption
low.
here. A lot of buying. Yeah, if this buying gives it up, it's probably IB low. So, and I hate that this is forming a nice D shape here
Same.
in a narrow range.
Yeah, the path
Tight range. Yeah.
the path to a balanced day is definitely littered with the hopes and dreams of trend days. And then you get there and you're like, piss.
So it's like we have single prints, and I'm like, bro, that one single print ain't gonna.
Yeah, earlier
we did. We had one.
earlier we had that one like developing single, and I was like,
come on,
there's
man.
no one that actually believes you right now. No one believes this. It's like they're trying to bait you in, like, look. You're like, yeah, sure, whatever. As ES is like just falling apart.
I'm being cold off stream, so I got to run.
All right, brother.
XY, I'll be in the chat. Have a good one.
Wish me luck. This is the worst.
Good luck. Peace.
Later.
Peace, Leo.
Hey, are we on together afternoon again?
Yes, sir.
So you're switching with Nick?
So I'm on this afternoon, not tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, so tomorrow is Nick, right?
Yeah, tomorrow's Nick, yeah.
I like how we don't even know who we're gonna be on with.
Gotta keep it interesting. I know. I'm sure it's hellacious for the production team, but
What's
yeah,
up,
we're
Chris?
just fighting with this previous week high. I don't want to get out of this yet because it's like you said, it's a lot of bid. ES has come down. It's holding its overnight low again.
Yeah, they wicked out my break-even stop. I'm okay with that. The long paid me a lot of money up here.
Good.
So, and then I got half off on this Friday high VWAP long, but this is not looking it's not looking fun for the rest of the day for sure. I don't like this 1 hour close off of this key spot. And then intraday, we do have these guys. Look what they've done. Look at what this volume has done. So
Just need to cross here.
yeah, dude, they totally snuck me on screen. I had no idea. They didn't even tell me anything. They didn't say like, hey, you're on in 2 or share your screen. I just like, they're talking about me. What's going on? It's like, please unmute. I'm like, oh, okay. Hi.
Hello. Good morning.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're still in it. They literally wicked my stop out about 6 ticks.
Yeah,
That's my fault,
ES
though.
is running up into some stuff though. So I'm not excited about it, but I mean the bid has definitely turned. It made a higher high from that last push, but it's still like, I don't know. ES is kind of doing trend down things right now for me. Like it's holding in that lower band.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the profile on ES earlier was really wacky.
Yikes. Gross.
Yeah, it's not a good time. Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to have been short up in the 50s, but I was long, so
Right.
I don't really like to just fly in reverse like that. But that
No, me
would
neither.
have been a great short with this volume that got stuck up here. And then ES just like literally collapsing.
It's got further to go, maybe.
I think so. I mean, IB stat's open.
Yeah.
IB stat is open, so this range is just so narrow. Like seeking rewards will be difficult. You can't hear any of my music, right?
Nope.
Sweet. Yeah, I started doing this last week to see if anyone could hear it.
Are you playing it like out of speakers?
I'm always on speakers, yeah.
Oh,
I don't
cool.
like wearing headphones because it's like it gets hot. It's heavy, you know. Um,
Shoot.
yeah, in case you guys didn't know, chat, I always have music on while I trade. It's usually jazz or like some piano jazz,
You got to,
something
dude.
light, you know.
There's no way to not have music on.
You hear the trance? Yeah. No, it's not trance.
All right, test the open.
I need real chill music. They're gonna hold the pivot, the open. I don't trust these buyers anymore. Although there's a lot of negative delta right here.
So much.
Post my playlist. No, that's very, very secret.
That's
You gotta buy
proprietary.
the course. It's included in the course. You get a free CD. It's like back in the day when you make people CDs, you write on them. It's just gonna say XY course.
You want a mixtape? You want an XY mixtape?
Freaking chat, man. Did you guys hit 500 likes for the hat?
Nah. Yes, we did.
You guys choose everybody?
Trader Nautilus won, and also, who else won?
Some regulars.
Yes. Oh, I picked Mark S.
Mm.
Yeah, flashing this size up there.
Tape is still real heavy.
Yeah.
It's like, ah, man, I wish it was short sooner.
There's like, I mean,
There's a lot of buying.
6408
There
also
is.
seems to have stopped everything. Just need above this previous day high here.
Oh, let's look at ES. Yeah. ES, a lot of absorption. They're absorbing a lot, but they're not lifting offer as much on ES yet.
Yeah.
I think once they do, it could work if they decide to, but they're ticking in a lot on the passive side for sure. If NQ can not trade under 720, they can cook.
That's just a day with very few clues.
Yeah, can't be that many when you're in the 80-point range, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, even high time frame, there ain't much to look at.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go for a run. I think that's a good idea.
That's probably a good.
Better use of my time.
All right, thanks for hanging out, man.
Yeah, no
Appreciate you,
problem.
buddy. See you in
All right.
3 hours.
Yes. Good luck, my friend. Wait, so you're on with me this afternoon?
Wait. Who's Mondays, dude? I don't even. No. I'm not on.
Okay.
I think I will.
I switched with Nick, so it should be me and Leo again this afternoon.
Well, look, I'm gonna assume I'm not on.
Okay. Listen, chat, somebody will be here.
You'll find out, chat. You guys will find out. It is what it is. I'll see you, buddy.
All right, peace, buddy. Bye, chat.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, chat. I have no idea. Yeah, Fractal's gonna stream. Well, yeah, you're stuck with me. Right now, there is some stuck volume under the 718s. So if they can continue to trade above the 20s, which it looks like they have been, this can turn. But I'd like to see it turn first before doing anything. So right now, what's on my mind? We've got open IB stat, no IB break either side yet, no overnight break either side. But ES did go tag overnight low, broke IB low. Usually they break, if one breaks the low, the other will also break the low, obvious. But in certain market environments like this one, where it's just consolidated range, not a big IB, you can definitely see one break one side and then eventually the other breaks the other side. So something I'm mindful of right now. Yeah, just looking for someone to get some forward progress before really committing to anything. But we'll see. What's up, Pradith? Yeah, we're sitting tight right now, chat. See if ES is lifting off or yet. Not really. Not quite. Weekly open too. Anyone take a weekly open offer in NQ? Pradith 4 points in this environment ain't too bad. I'd be happy with that. Sky Dweller? You out on the Sky Dweller today? I wasn't even awake, so. New to trading, I was wondering what you are looking at to see buyers and sellers. Just level 2 data, the depth of market. You can look at this too, delta by price, right? You see the delta build up. Got a quick turn, Fatfish. Yeah, G-line offer was good. They did poke it a few times though, huh? Yeah, this was, man, if I wasn't long, I for sure would have tried a short. This is a good setup into this zone. Put in this volume. They got lost and they just failed it a few times. This is a really good short. I was just getting out of my longs at the time. So I can't complain because obviously the longs paid, but if I had a choice or if I was flat and I saw this occurring, this is a setup that I would take like 10 out of 10. So it looks like they held this pretty nicely. Did not really get any traction on the 20s, which is a similar concept to this up here in the 60s. What happened in the 60s right here happened in the 17s down to the 15s right here. And same outcome. So I would like to see them come back, make a pullback somewhere and show that the bid now is willing to step up higher than this range. And we might go target the IB high if they come back. If not, it is what it is. Rolex likely going to do a price hike. I mean, they're dealing with like a 39% tariff or something right now, right? The Swiss. So it's not just Rolex. I mean, Rolex price hikes every year. I think this year or last year was the first time they did 2 price hikes. But you kind of saw that everywhere. Like even, Chanel will do price hikes every year. I think there was one year they went crazy and did like 3. It was crazy. You know, other brands like Hermes and stuff. But yeah, 39% tariff will do some damage for sure. Yeah, if I were president, I would target Rolex like personally. It would be personal. 500% for you guys. Everyone else, you're cool. So we'll wait for a pullback and see where they want to give us good order flow. And if they don't, then we hate them. Just came out of a really strong 15-minute candle. Almost 600 positive delta on the prior 5-minute bar. So ES has a bit of a different story. Looks like potential reoffer. Let's see. Yeah, it is quite conflicting right now. If I'm looking at ES, I'm thinking reoffer. ES is the weaker one. Let's see. Looks like a good hold. There's a lot of resting bid popping up on the tape here. Just 50 lots here. They filled 5. Filled that. So they are willing to sell. Might try an offer here. I'll try an offer. Keep it a bit light right now, just 5 lots for like a 5-point stop. Either they're gonna do it now or I don't want any part of this anymore. So it looks like they hold. Let's see chat. What's the indicator used to show bid-ask volume on the right of your chart? This is a delta by price, leg to leg, delta by price. It's an OFL study, so I don't think it's in the free suite. So, but yeah, that's what it is. It's tracking delta leg to leg. So I have it 50 point rotation. So if we move one way 50 points, you'll get the profile, and if it rotates the other way 50 points, it will start a new profile. Let's see. Yeah, customs has been checking, so you can't really get away with buying something, and then not claiming it. So I hear. I haven't done it since. But it's kind of something everyone did, right? Buy it, you wear it, come back with it. Uh, Ishan, is this buy or sell? This is sell. I've got a 5-point stop on this. I went for a run so price can run. I don't know if it's really running. Stowe, did you get out of that long? No, Chris, it's not on TradingView. The study's not on TradingView. The indicator. Timepiece, gentlemen. Is the guy actually in jail or is he still going through litigation? Ryan, that's good to know. So you can just not declare it. Let's see if they can drive this thing here. Not looking to add anything yet. No ads, no ads. Almost got my stop, man. 15 years? I mean, that guy did steal millions. 15 years is kind of crazy. I mean, he was already a felon, right? So, and what you see is what you get. Yeah, trade's working out. Not looking to cover any yet because I didn't get to really add to this, but we'll see. This can definitely be a higher low hold against me too, so we'll see what happens. But I've got 5. I didn't get any ads. Open to adding if they hold the 40s, come back and hold 40s. I don't want to add this low because they could hold here. Otherwise, I'm gonna sit in these 5 lots and maybe peel off 2 around here, prior swing-ish area, and then See what we can get with the remaining two. But honestly, I don't have too much of an expectation here. Like I said, high or low hold would not surprise me. And now it would depend on if they can hold these 40s here. If not, I probably will just scratch this thing. So we'll see how they do here. We will watch the tape. They did try to sell into those 36s. I need to see them back at those prices sooner than later. It's looking all right. So there is some buying here at 36s, building volume. They're selling and they're buying. So the next part of this move is heavily dependent on this. If they come back into the 40s and they show some trading, I will scratch out because there are buyers at 36. I need to see them trade under 36s now, or else this could mean that there still is more buy interest right here. But we'll see what they do. They're still hitting the bid, but they're also lifting offer. Yeah, sorry, chat. I'm just looking at the DOM right now, trying to manage this thing and see if I need to scratch out or add. So I will be back. Okay. I'm going to add 2 more. Tighten this up. So now if this doesn't continue, I'll scratch it lower. So that push, the reason I added is that push should have been the push. And if it's not going to be, I probably don't want this trade anymore. 36s again. They are building under 33s, 32s. Got some good volume. So I don't want to see that volume get set offsides is the idea. I don't want to see them trapped. I don't want to see 36s, 38s trade and then they taper into, 34s, 32s. Right now they're still building, so that's okay. Still keeping an eye on the DOM. Stop is 4 points right now. But I would scratch out prior to that. ATR is about 7 to 8 points. Still building in the 34s. My fingers are on flatten right now on the hotkey. I'm ready. If at any point they stop building down lower, I'm taking this thing off. Still building, still building. Still hitting the bid. So my reasoning right now is to drive the market lower, you have to hit bid or else it's not possible, right? You're not going to drive it lower. As soon as they stop hitting bid, I will also get out. They're still hitting bid. They're slowly grinding it. They're not really getting that reward that we're looking for, right? That, a quicker move through prices, but there's a lot of selling there's a lot of buying that they're trying to work through. That's why I'm very wary, right? As soon as they stop hitting bid, this thing can just pop, and I'm gonna want to flatten this thing for wherever it is, just like scratch out or take a few in profits, a few hundred or something. But yeah, as soon as I see selling step off, I want off. Right now, it's the selling still coming in, so it's not a matter of them stepping off. It's actually buyers lifting offers still. As soon as one side stops, this will definitely move the other way, but both sides are just grinding it out. So this is the not so fun part of trading order flow, is you're just like staring at the DOM and stuff. I gotta make sure they're doing what we'd want them to do. There's more of what it is. So still, I'm not peeling anything off. Not yet. Yeah, so my reasoning is like, I've got 7 on this thing. I'm not gonna take like whatever that was for profits, putting on the risk. Like, yes, I understand I had a 4-point risk, and this thing has moved like quite a bit, 3R, but yeah, that's not how I do it. So right now, 27s, that was an attempt, and they are trading much higher. Ready to flatten this thing. They're still hitting bid. So now I need to see 39 set off sides. If they cannot set all this buying from 38, 39s off sides, we've got like 55, 45, 56. There's a lot of buying. If they can fail that as a pullback, we can continue. I'm sorry, chat. I can't see anything right now. I'm just word vomiting the DOM for you guys, the order flow, and how I'm digesting it, really. That's another attempt. And they tapered into the 30s, which I don't really like, because right under there is the big batch of volume. Yeah, I might flatten this thing soon. Better get their work done. Fingers still on the trigger for flat. '39s is key. They are reloading, but I don't know if they've got enough sell. So offer is reloading again. Bid still here. I'm gonna flatten this. I'm gonna scratch out of it. I don't know how much open profits I had. Maybe like close to 2 grand or something, but yeah, can't accept that. Didn't even come down to this swing area, which is at the minimum what I'm looking for. But yeah, that's why, it's always a grind to trade these narrow ranges. If price is choppy already and then you're chopping a narrow range, it's going to be really difficult. Let's see. Said you like I like how you make your delta indicator hard to see on the bottom panel. You mean this thingy, the tape reader? Is it hard to see for you guys? Seems okay for me. Oh yeah, my res is 5K 2K. So that might be an issue for some. Call it a tape reader. Yeah, it's free. OFL, free tool. If you guys want it, you can go ahead and get it. Yeah, it's a 5K 2K. So that might be why. Glad I found it now. Or maybe I should have held it. Yeah, this is not really a optimal condition to be trying to trade. And it's the middle of the profile. Not giving it much room. I would say, Ferry, I would say RTH order flow and volume is always more reliable than Globex, not only because there's more volume, there's more inventory put into prices, but it's what we're trading, right? Closer to market open, maybe A period into B period, you can lean on Globex volume, right? Because that's the most recent info. But it's 2 hours after the fact. Now it would make more sense to lean on RTH volume, unless you're coming into an area that hasn't traded like since Globex. That seems to be key. But yeah, just mind RTH volume and data as you are trading it. You know it's really bad too, and the chart is just cluttered with not only just MGI, but like these zones, these liquidity zones. They measure absorption, and like half of the chart. You got a zone here, 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 overlapping here, here from the highs. Like edge is certainly blunted. So yeah, that trade was, I wasn't gonna take like 13 points for it for 7 lots. Like the reason I'm sizing anything over like 4 is to be able to get a good move, have multiple legs for the move. But EW pull stack, recent bid ask. Yeah, pull stack, recent bid ask. That's what I use most. EW, I have a YouTube channel. It's XYZ Trades, 3 E's, and you can see exactly what I'm doing and I'm looking at on the DOM. There's a lot of examples, or even on my Twitter. Yeah, Bass Pro today. If you guys can see, where is it? Yeah. It's a little chilly, so I got the robe on too. But it's about to warm up, so. Yeah, I haven't put in anything for a while on because I've just been on NinjaTrader a lot, NT Live. I don't like to just like trade all day, so I think my stop was like right here for that. So I don't think I would have got stopped out if I held it, even with a 4-point stop, and I'd be printing right now. But so it goes. How would you have known, right? Order flow shifts, especially on choppy days like this. got edge alert. Crude oil breaks IB. Is anyone trading not NQ or ES today? This is pretty horrible. A short on ES would have been better. They did it with a lot less upside. NQ is just poking around. YM. Yeah, they are driving this. So ES is definitely in the driver's seat today, it seems. Hope you took profits, Rogue. What's the red zone? Right here. So how I mark my zones is based off of volume and what has occurred. So this is a failed breakout of an attempt at a range, new all-time highs, and then they just started flooding the market with supply after. So this is that zone, and this is the first time coming back into it right here. And it's not having a good time. So for anyone just hopping in, this is that red zone. This is that volume that I'm tracking, and it's re-offering because it offered already the first time. So you can see that's where price pretty much stopped for the day. And there's this little node here about 8 points wide-ish, 6 points wide, where they did put in a lot of buying, and then they just got instantly set off sides, and price just couldn't auction it anymore. Fat fish, long or short? Short, I assume. Short, yeah. Yeah, I had a short too, but I scratched out of it. My stop would have been okay, but yeah, you know how it is. I like to just get out of. I hate trades real fast. DDS, no, I cannot. It's not on NT. Yeah, Pradith, the reoffer. So I was saying earlier, the reoffer at the highs is something I'd do 10 times out of 10. The issue was I was long from here, right? I was long from the 730s into those highs, as a target because, if you look at this, if they're going to hold, likely they're going to finally get into that volume. And so that was the target. And then I had a runner, which ultimately got trailed out. But by the time I'm trailed out, I was like, I think I'm going to miss the short entry. I didn't want to get in too low, risk too much, risk like almost what, 20% of the day's range. So because I'm just getting out of that long, yeah, that's why I didn't short it. But if I was flat and we got into these highs and then I saw this build and set up the way it did, I'm taking that short. Yeah. I just didn't want to flip it. I don't really do that much. But yeah, at the time getting long, we don't have this info yet. So there's no part of me that's like, oh, it's gonna this or this. But yes, Pradith, you are right. This is a setup that is in my YouTube videos, and it's something that I take very often. If you give me a failed attempt through volume, at a key area, that'll get me in. So that is a good observation. It's 90 out there. Yeah, I don't know. It was 68 degrees and my AC is like blasting all summer, so it gets real chilly in here. And then like right now it's starting to warm up a little bit. Price between two walls. Pretty much, yeah. The way I see it is we're in the 86-point range. Even if you're in a trade that goes in your direction, the reward is capped. Like there's not too much of a runway in either direction to be properly rewarded for your risk, even when you're on the right side. So these conditions, that's why earlier, I mean, yeah, I could have peeled off. If I peeled off at like 13 or whatever it was, it's almost two ATRs on a 1 minute, right? But I'm not really trying to slap on 7 lots for a, I don't know, 14-point move. So what's time frame? 1 minute. 1 minute time frame. I was on 500 volume for the past couple weeks, but starting last week, I came back to 1 minute because, well, until today, the range did expand. We've got a little bit more volatility. So, but prior to that, it was super small, choppy. So I went down to 500 volume. But I like 1 minute. I'm usually on the 1 minute. CES is trying to hold it higher. ES's low is, oh, it's an equal low ish. Yeah, this is honestly real tricky, guys. I would say now, if anyone's trying to engage with this market, I hope you're a really good scalper because I don't see much edge in it, if I'm being honest. Not compared to stuff we obviously usually see, or even last week. Last week gave much better market environments than this, but it's like a no news Monday. So going into what, CPI tomorrow? Also, chat, please hit the likes if you haven't. Just chopping through this range. Yeah, Cooper, pretty much. I need to see someone like show their hand and then see if they get rewarded or not. I need to see somebody actually get set off sides first. And we're just seeing downside, there's that passive bid, upside, there's the passive offer. No one's willing to drive anywhere. Yeah, this is not worth really interacting with. So, hey, if you guys have questions, throw them out in the chat. I'll do my best to answer whatever you guys have while the market's trying to answer its own questions. Also, I'll tell you guys this. It's almost 9 here, so that's going to be 2.5 hours after market open. IB is still not broken. If IB breaks, if and when IB breaks, pay attention to see if they're really building volume to go further. If not, there is a great probability that if they cannot extend IB upon that break and build volume, this is going back in. And that's something I've noticed, that if it's been quite a while, the IB hasn't broken, it's likely not going to continue if and when it does. So pay attention to the volume that the market puts in if and when it happens. If it doesn't spend much time, there's not much volume. Yeah, it's probably not going to happen. Did I see my exit? Now that one is like ZYX something. Yeah, I know what you're talking about though. I see it all the time. Yeah, Zizix. Yeah, I see it all the time, man. Do I ever look at flags and channels? No. I bet I could draw some though, something like that. Honestly, nothing's even worth drawing right now, right? Because it's balanced, but what is this? Like this is something, right? That's how you know it's not, I'm not doing nothing. I'm just drawing lines now. This is a little, but it's like I'm not gonna get long here. That's why I don't really do like trend line stuff, because I don't want to, I'd rather be positioned sooner or just skip the trade. But yeah, you can get long here, put a stop here, make your money, so and so, like everyone does, but it's just not my thing. That's why, like you said, you see my stops are quite tight. If I'm sitting in heat, I have like the reverse effect of like hopium. I just hate a trade really quickly. And that's why I scratch out. I run tight stops. I'm picky with entries. Yeah, I'm quick to hate a trade, that's for sure. And I think that's also why I'm not as great at holding trades as most. It still looks a little different today, huh? Looks like he stole somebody's clothes. Yeah, that's what, a lot of absorption. They're finally getting some upward movement. See if they pull back. Maybe we can target IB. We'll see. Chat, how many likes do we have on this stream so far? I can't see it. I just don't want to get yelled at by Jim. I have two. 560. Nice. Thanks for the like. What is that? Like 80 million? 8 million likes? That's decent. Thanks, Tammy. Five six two it
XYZ.
is. It's like Whittier area. Downey, I think.
How you doing, man?
Hey, Jim. We're all right. We're all right.
The likes are respectable.
It's enough.
Yeah.
It's enough for me to see some daylight. It's good enough for you. It's good enough for me.
Yeah. Good job today. I know it's kind of like brutally slow.
Oh yeah. Real slow. These are days I don't really interact with. So I'm just happy I got the two wins earlier, even though one was like a half. But
Yeah.
otherwise, I'd be red or something. Who knows?
Well, a half a win is not a loss, therefore it's a win.
So I got a win and a half.
Well, there you go.
A full win and then a half win, and then they gave me this. This is what Leo and Stowe left me with.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be allowed.
We could blame them. Although they did a good job this morning also, as usual, for sure. And this afternoon, I believe Stowe's coming back. He was supposed to be Nick was supposed to be here. He swapped out with Nick. So Stowe and the big cat will be back this afternoon and trade the close. So we'll see if anything moves this afternoon.
That's a big ask, it looks like.
Yeah, but it's like, as you pointed out earlier, we have CPI tomorrow, PPI Thursday. There could be a little bit of waiting going on.
Mm-hmm.
Waiting game.
Yeah, there's not too much volume in the market right now and all that stuff. So if anyone, if you guys are trying to navigate this, make sure you get greedy and get the edges. Don't bait into a potential move.
Exactly. Anyway, all right, man. Listen, appreciate you. When am I going to see you again? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow, close. Yeah, for the close.
Tomorrow, trading the close XYZ. Appreciate everybody with the thumbs up, with the subscriptions. Important to us. We appreciate that. XYZ waking up extra early to be with us this morning. We appreciate him as usual. Thanks for being with us, man. Oh, there was a
See you, chat.
There was a fast exit. All right.
Yeah, he's kicking me off. I'll see you later, chat.
All right, man. Thanks, XYZ. Let's just real quickly, I do want to focus on one market for our last edge report of the morning before we break for lunchtime right here. This is the Russell 2000 small cap stock index futures. I have a weekly chart up on the screen. And this morning I was checking on that commitment of traders data that's issued Friday afternoon by the CFTC, just to kind of see. And I checked all the stock index futures. As a matter of fact, I checked all the markets, but this one was the most interesting to me. As you can see at the bottom panel here on my chart, we have some big orange histogram bars pointing up. These are net positions for the hedgers or the commercial, they call them the commercials. And you can see they get bigger, they're getting bigger, bigger, and bigger. And we had a pretty big jump up week to week. Last Friday's report was 90,000, over a 90,000 net long positions for the commercials, whereas the previous week was only 74,000. So from a percentage point of view, that's pretty big. Alternatively, you'll see the large speculators increasing their short positions considerably as well. So this has been consistent behavior going on for a while. And what makes this interesting is we have this several week area of resistance right around 2285. We just can't seem to penetrate above it. And we have a rectangle drawn at that point. At the bottom of the conversation, we have a long-term anchored VWAP. We have a 21 EMA and a 50 EMA. That's kind of highlighting the bottom of the consolidation range. So what is this telling us? This is telling me that the expectation is that we're going to break out to the downside of this consolidation range. That's the expectation based on the big institutions and the big commercial and large speculator positioning. It's not, it wasn't reversing like I thought it might. So again, I'm thinking about shorts right now. Let's try to drill in a little bit here to a daily chart. If you look at a daily chart, we have a kind of a really nice area of resistance, approximately 22.95. We have this high right here on the 23rd, equal and opposite candle, suggesting a bearish disposition right here on the next day, on the 24th. And yes, we sold off and we hit this peak low down here on August 1st. And so I drew a fib line from high to low just to kind of see where we're at right now. And we're right in the middle. We're right between the 50% retracement and the 61.8% retracement on a daily chart for the RTY. But look at that 8 and that 21 EMA. They're all going sideways. They're flatlining straight across because we do have a small consolidation range on the last 5 sessions. You can see how small those bodies are. Yeah, a couple of big wicks, but nothing to write home about. So again, this is almost anticipatory. Now, the one thing that's interesting is this big candle here, this big red candle. We found buyers down here, 2172, pushed us back up. And then we had another equal and opposite candle as well, back to the upside. So we'll see if the commitment to trader report is right or if we're just entering this sideways market here. Look at the stochastics straight across. Intraday on the Russell 2000. Also have a very, very interesting day. The high of the day was at that initial balance high. Everybody heard what Leo was suggesting earlier when he was talking to Deli about when it makes that initial balance high, and then we don't see it anymore, that could be a bear sign for the rest of the day. Now, right now, we're kind of bouncing off that S1 at the bottom right now. That's at 22.9, and we're driving back up to the VWAP, which is a little bit south of that point of control. Point of controls, this is a really kind of wonky volume profile. It's almost a rectangle instead of a bell-shaped curve. So I'm going to rely on that VWAP right now. We're touching it right now. We'll see if we could trade above it on the next candle or even into this candle as well. We're trying to penetrate up right now. And then we have that pivot right above it as well. From a Mentor Q point of view, we do have some targets, but they're really kind of outside of the range that we've been trading. That 0 DTE call resistance and gamma wall is up here at 2240. R1's above that, and then blind spot 2 is above that. On the downside, we have Jacks 3 down there, never really quite reached it. So really tight range, and we can see some analytics up here with the average 14-period ATRs at 38. Today's range is only 17, so almost half of what it has been on average over the last 14 days. So we are in anticipation mode, and I'd be focusing on that point of control, or at least the meat of the volume profile going forward. All right, having said all that, what a great morning. Appreciate everybody being part of NinjaTrader Live. Appreciate all the thumbs up for sure. I got my order flow edge hat on again, which is awesome. You got to kind of strong arm Leo. Maybe you can get one. I don't want to throw him under the bus though. So thanks for being here. Thank you for the subscriptions as well. We'll be back this afternoon, and me and Shai are going to do a hot commodity report again at 2:30, and then immediately after that, Stowe and the Big Cat will be trading the close. Between now and then, relax, have a great lunch. See you this afternoon.